sleepy. I'm just waking up. I've been awake for a long time. What pimples? I don't have any. I myself. I don't have any pimples. Yeah. I can talk like this is as loud as it gets. But yeah, sometimes Josh forgets to shut off the music. Oh, I think. Oh. Oh man, I'll try to like. Yeah, I can maybe try to rap over these. I mean, this is a sick song. But maybe I should like hold up hard. First matchup we have today is Sean Abasti versus Max Hanich. That's what we've got going for y'all. I think it's how many games? 7? Yeah, 7 games. I'll be with y'all all day. Just me this morning. And there goes the music. Sad. Josh is apologizing. It's okay. It was nice. I really appreciate it. So let's intro. Yeah, the players are just about ready to start. But this is a 2 one-day tournaments at the residence of Let's Play Scrabble Extraordinaire, Josh Greenway. We have a bunch of really strong players. NWL 23 is the Lexicon in use. I think we're trying some really cool stuff. We got Josh Koff in the chat. There's too many Joshes. I think we're going to debut some really cool advanced stats for you guys. Yeah, I'm sorry. The music just cut off so abruptly. Yeah, the first we're gonna try these advanced stats off, and it's gonna be really cool. You guys are gonna love it. I'm gonna love it. I've never seen what it looks like, but yeah, that's part of the reason this is being streamed. Another reason is because streaming is the future, and we need to keep the ball rolling. It's been a couple of weeks since the national championship. Those videos are rolling out on the NASPA channel. They're rolling out on Mac Miller's channel. They're rolling out on Will's channel, almost. And maybe there's a video incoming on my channel, possibly, almost done. And then I was like in bed and realizing that one of the graphics I had in my video was wrong. So yeah, I've been trying to figure out the best way to present to you guys the amazing Scrabble content we've seen over the last month or so, and hopefully many more people are interested in joining in. But yeah, the players are getting ready still. So let's intro. Let's talk about what's going on here. This is the Toronto Tile Slingers 2025. Toronto Tile Slingers. And some of the top Toronto players are being broadcast today. There's also another tournament tomorrow. I won't be a part of that, but I'll be commentating 7 games today, 3 of which will be, I believe, with 5 of which will be with other commentators. Actually, I'll intro those commentators later. And what else? I hope you guys are enjoying all the Scrabble content. Please like, subscribe, and if you really want to support efforts like these, you can join as a super friend on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. So we're going to intro one player at a time. So let's start with the player going first, Max Hanich. Let's see what it shows. Rating 1935, ranking 23rd in North America. Max has played 159 tournaments, He has a very nice 58% career win percentage. That's very hard to achieve. Nice average score, 415, 392. And he won the Albany main event 2022. I remember that. Yeah, he did an awesome job at that point. Yeah, second player we're showing is Sean Abassi, who usually plays in the CSW Lexicon, but he's able to juggle the two. He's played almost as many tournaments as Max. He's rated around 100. He's wicked fast, 54% career win percentage, same average score as Max. And he won his last tournament in 2019. Maybe he'll win another one today. Let's see the head-to-head records. This is what we want. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these advanced stats. Let's go. 8-4 in their career head-to-head. And Max has got the high average score, of course. Look at that. That's awesome. That's a little bit too big for the screen, so we don't get to see the most ancient games. But this is great. I love it. Anyways, just a little sneak preview of what's to come at the Lake George tournament next month. All of these amazing stats brought to you, advanced stats brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble and Josh Koff. So Max is first. Let's get started. Thanks for watching, everyone. All right. Clock has been pressed. Max to go first. A-A-E-F-Y, and he gets the first blank. Few too many vowels. A little bit too heavy with those consonants. But if Max plays something like F-A-Y, maybe just oaf, I think you just have to play F-A-Y here, keep all the vowels, and hope for a couple consonants. You could also play oaf. Yeah, you can't play the word that was mentioned in the YouTube chat in the NWL 23 lexicon. But oh, it's wow, actually. Wait. Oh, it's wow. Okay. Sorry. Why did I think this was a NWL tournament? My bad. Perfect. That is a valid word. So that's by far the best play, given that that's valid. Yeah, they're playing in the city of Toronto, in the downtown area. As I'm going to be a little bit less precise than I'd like to be, but they're in the middle of downtown Toronto, basically. So Ofe comes down, and it's Sean to react. He's got A, B, D, G, G, S, X. And he'd like to overlap with the X, but the best he can do is play sax or axe underneath the F and the A. So instead, he's just going to play sax, hooking the word already on the board. And this makes sense. It's his best score by a large margin. But the leave is really, really bad. So he's going to need some help for B, G, G, D. Back to Max, who has drawn three more consonants, actually 4 consonants. And they're just not very workable. So he's going to have to spend another turn. I think you just play fab underneath the OFA and hope to draw bingo next turn. But this board is looking pretty constricted early on, which for Max, who has the blank, he's not really that interested in that sort of board, because if Sean's able to continue to dink plays and not open anything, it's going to be hard for Max to take the lead and maximize the value of his blank. But I think here you play fab underneath and just wait and see. At some point, a play is probably going to happen next to the A and the X of sax and open the board. Right now, if it was Sean's turn, he could play G, Y, B, E, D through the Y and keep things a little bit more closed, but fab is going to block that possibility. And back to Sean. So an inauspicious start to this game. But he's going to play bigged, or just big. Yeah, I was wondering if he's going to try to pull the trigger on bigged. Didn't seem like a word, but it's kind of hard to challenge. I would probably play biog. Oh, there we go. Yeah, one of the things that you never really know if Sean's going to play phony. He's very happy to play words he's unsure of, especially in double challenge. But this is only a valid word in the Collins lexicon, so it actually can be challenged off. Max wants it. The question is, does he want it? Max is going to look to see if this gives him a bingo. Doesn't give him a bingo, he's way more likely to want to challenge. However, it does give him spots to play. So he can play Venge through the G of bigged. And before that, I mean, what is he really going to do? If he challenges this off the board, he has to think, what do I even have here? And so I actually feel like he's incentivized to leave this on the board, even if he thinks it's not a word. If he's sure that it's not a word, he should challenge. Maybe like exchange or something like that. But it's far more complicated to engage in the situation where he challenges this word versus not. So this is exactly why double challenge is so interesting. It puts you in certain situations that are so hard to think about. Like, what happens if I challenge? What happens if I don't challenge? And there's two results in each case. It's much easier not to challenge because then you're faced with the same position. But if you do challenge, there's two possibilities. You lose your turn, or your opponent loses their turn. So the incentive is definitely on the side of letting plays like this go because they don't really change the result of the game or the outcome of the game. And in this case, bigged gave Max a very nice play of Venge, which he wouldn't have had otherwise. So very, very curious to see what happens here. I haven't adjusted the score yet, haven't given John all of the points for this play because I think, yeah, he's still on hold. He's drawn 6 tiles, but he's keeping them separate. That's because if you are placed on hold when your opponent's considering challenging, you're not allowed to mix new tiles that you've drawn with the ones you already have on your rack. So, yeah, this is very interesting. So, welcome to those just joining. I made a little bit of a mistake. They are playing in the WoW Lexicon in this tournament. That means certain words that were expurgated are not unplayable. And so that's why we see that first word on the board. Yeah, Max is taking a long time here. I mean, it's so interesting. I love the way Sean plays Scrabble. He really loves the psychological aspect of the game. He does a lot of things that put his opponents in very difficult positions. One of those things is he tends to play quite quickly. It looks like this has been accepted. So you see a very early phony. Max knows words extremely well. He probably didn't think this is valid, but again, it just gave him such a decent play that he wouldn't have had otherwise. So I totally understand this decision. It's probably the same decision I would have made, even if I was relatively sure that bigged was not valid in the lexicon. So Venge comes down. Scores are 70 to 72. Sean's going to very quickly respond with Uvial. That is his top play on equity, meaning score plus leave. I don't really see reason not to do that. He's keeping the D for Venged, and Max has drawn the second blank. Oh, I see the comment in the YouTube chat about using bigged in a sentence. So we're definitely going to see a bingo here. Question is, how long is it going to take Max to find something he is satisfied with? In positions like these, there are tons of bingos to find. I think the first order of operations is I will look to try and play to that L of uveal and hit that triple on the left side. And if I can't find something that does that, I'll be looking to hook Venge with my S or with a blank. Also could be possible to end a word in OS next to BIGGED, making ABO and XIS. And yeah, Max can do that with something like Pomelos. That would score 79. He does have 80 points for a couple of options clicking Venges. But there might be an option that goes MOS, and that would be ideal here. But yeah, Sean looking at the fact that he has Lemonade if that D and Big were not present on the board. And I don't think whatever Max does is going to give Sean what he needs. So we're looking at the play of Moonset, it looks like. Maybe get confirmation of those blanks, but I don't really see what else that could be. That's going to score 76. There we go. Nice blank cam for you guys. That's going to score 76. A little bit less than Max could have scored, but also a little bit more defensive than play like Myosot, which would float that E on the bottom row, make access to the bottom right triple very easy and very lucrative. So back to Sean, who has a 6-minute time advantage on the clock. Probably it's just something like ammo here through the M makes sense. Problem is now that Sean is down 50, so he's sort of incentivized to leave the board a bit more open than he might want to on average. So he might be looking to play something hooking Avenges, putting the A on Venges. And just doesn't look like he has anything great there, like MAD or NAM. Just keep so many vowels. You could do something a little bit crazy, like play adenoma to the A of uveal, the bottom left, and open a triple in the bottom left as well. But yeah, I feel like you play ammo, it's really just up to Max to figure out what to do on this board. It's not going to be a lot of easy options for him most of the time. As we see, Max has drawn terribly post-bingo draw of 7 consonants. And wow, I just noticed something. It looks like Emo's coming down for 24. That's a very interesting move, actually. Setting up an S hook. 2 S's unseen. Sean doesn't have one. But Max is probably going to worry that he does. So another like question that that Sean is posing Max, like, are you going to try and respond to this threat I've created? If Max has an S, there's still 1 S remaining. He might still think Sean has the other one, and he might use it for a small score to block. And that's something that Sean would be happy about. I think the biggest issue with the play of Emo is it just creates an easy spot to the bottom right triple. But given that Sean has a deficit, this makes a ton of sense. If we see a play, a 5-letter word down to the bottom right triple, that hook OES is going to stay open until someone plays there. So Czar coming down, I think that's one of the only reasonable plays for Max. The only play that he has that gets rid of 3 somewhat heavy consonants. Could have scored a bit more with Zen through the E, but I definitely like this decision. And very quickly, wow, great find of adds and avenges. And you could put the E there as well, make ADZE, ADZE, but I think this makes a lot of sense. The leave is so strong, AENRT. Sean is primed to hit a bingo ending in E next to that M of Moonset. So very interesting stuff so far as we see Nortina is the draw for Sean Abassi. For Max, it just doesn't feel like he's going to block Nortina and AM. He's drawn one vowel. He might have to exchange here. The J and the V are so sad together. I think the only reasonable play is to play vent and off, keeping JPD, which is kind of not what you want to do in this position. When you have a small lead, there's some threats on the board, and you're nowhere near being able to cover them. But I think maybe you play vent, or maybe you exchange here, keep ENT or something, try to beat Sean to the punch. I don't really see anything else I like. You play dev on the bottom right. That keeps 4 consonants. I guess that's reasonable as well. Yeah. This is a really tough situation for Max. Very curious to see what he does here. Again, he has a 6-minute deficit on the clock. Not so big of a deal here. Almost half the game has been played. But I guess the question is Sean, who, like we said, plays a lot of CSW, has some confusion. We see bigged. Bigged is a word in CSW on the board. Is Sean going to pull the trigger on Nortina, which is a newer addition to the North American Lexicon? Or we're going to see vet on the board for Max. Interesting. So he's considering playing with oft, but he's instead keeping the N. The reason he's doing this, though the leave is so much less palatable with that N involved, is he doesn't want to open the board. The V is not really a big deal to float out in space. And he just doesn't want to float an E out in space with vent or create an E hook of event. I feel like in the position Max was in, he kind of has to face the fact that he's probably behind here. There's a big S hook on the board. There's a big bingo lane, even if you don't have an S. I feel like playing a little bit more aggressive there might have been the right call, but it's so hard when you take a small lead beginning of the game to sort of just say, well, I'm just going to focus on myself, open the board here, keep a leave that is more likely to score me points next turn. And unfortunately, looks like 7 consonants again for Max Panich. That is the issue. Keeping 4, likelihood of drawing 3 consonants. It's something like 1 in 5, 1 in 6 can happen. I was going to say earlier, I noticed the shirt that Morris Greenberg is wearing. I think it's my shirt. I just don't. Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, yes. Nortina was either missed by Sean or he wasn't sure if it was valid in the North American Lexicon. That was definitely a risk factor, that rack. So he plays N-A or N-O, N-A-B, and O-Y, which opens the board further. And Max just has to sit there with his 18-point lead and say, all right, I tried. Probably going to exchange down to an R. I think that's what makes the most sense here. You could keep an N as well. Yeah, I would prefer keeping an R, I think. Max probably has a reason for keeping an N. The R is a better tile. I see the N as sort of a more soft tile, and the R is a little bit more like sharp and whatever. So I tend to keep the N a little bit too often. As turn 8 comes down, a nice find by Sean. He could have played antivert through that V, which might have been slightly better. But he finally got his bingo down, and it's basically a race to an S for Sean. If he can draw an S, he's going to feel very good about this position. He'll be able to play something with O's. Oh, yes. I think Max here, yeah, drawing a duplicate R, or drawing 2 R's. There were 3 R's and 3 N's remaining from Max's perspective when he exchanged. So it seems like in this iteration, he chose better. Otherwise, he would have been stuck with 3 R's. But Wira looks like the play, Wirra. Has to realize that that play is alongside Emo, making NOW with that blank N of Moonset. But you can't feel good if you're Max. This draw. Still 2 S's out. Board is now pretty open. And you're down 53. He's going to need a little bit of a good draw after Wira, but he's going to play Rowan instead. Okay, that's a 3-point sacrifice. IR versus IN is actually... IN is a little bit better than IR. But this isn't a big mistake, if a mistake at all. So Rowan, same idea as Wira. And Sean has seen the first of those 2 remaining S's. So he can score 42 right now, play whips or wops with OES, just deal with that hook immediately. Or he can score 30, play how on the top right, making TO and EW vertically, or POW in that same spot, and try to draw something better with OES. But now Sean has the lead. If he scores 42, he'll be up 66. It's a pretty good lead. So I think I would play WHIPS, whips. Normally, WOPs would be slightly better. The I is a better vowel than the O, except when so many I's remain unseen. There are still 6 I's unseen to Sean Abbasi. And doesn't want to draw duplicate I's. The one downside of the letter I is when you draw a second one. See, Max has drawn into inquiry, which just does not fit on the board. But Max is going to have some nice options with the Q if those letters in turn 8 stay open. Yeah, Nortina, I think, was added in 2014 to the North American Lexicon. And that might sound like a long time ago to some of you. For old people like me and Sean Abbasi, that's not a very long time. Only a few updates ago, Sean had already started playing CSW at that point. So totally understandable that he didn't play Nortina there. But yeah, Queenie. Is Queenie not a word? Ooh. What is this? That is not a word either. But it looks like it's being accepted. Whips being played for 38. It feels like Sean's forgotten about the OES spot. He had more points there. This did not give Max a spot for Query, but it did give him a nice triple to work with. He can play Choir for 47. and EW. That feels like what you do here. It'll bring him within 15 points. You could also play Quivery through the Via Vet, which would have been available no matter what. This play of Sean's has blocked some stuff, but it's opened more than it's blocked, honestly. Very surprising. Not only that it's a phony word, that Max didn't bat an eye, and that it just feels like Sean's forgotten about that play he made earlier. So Quivery coming down, that is a better leave. Just the N by itself, you're going to bingo more with that than with NY. But I really feel like covering that triple would have been wise. But we'll see. This does potentially leave the board more open long term. If Choir came down, it's hard to imagine much action going on at the top left of the board, but now it really depends what you play on that triple. If Pool comes down, which is what Sean was looking at, Pool, OW, and LI, that's going to create a bingo line on the second row. Yeah, Dollop being mentioned would be a fantastic play here onto that top triple, or just Dojo, to be honest. The leave of PLL is kind of disagreeable. So I think Dollop is a bit better. Keeping the J here when you have a small lead, probably worth it for 5 fewer points. But Dojo comes down. Max again with way too many constants. Not a good draw for him. Still an S out. There's a lane that's been there for a long time. That play of Emo really had some very long-term repercussions. But as far as I see, it just looks like Sean has forgotten about that spot. OES with his play of widths. But doesn't mean he won't spot it later if he draws that final S. So if you're Max, yeah, you want to play some constants off here. Clank makes perfect sense. Clank or Crank. I think Clank better. The leave is better. And this does finally block that OES spot pretty convincingly. Sean with Pilulae. Is Pilulae a word? Pilulae. Pilule. Just Pilule is valid. But I think Pilular, I'm really struggling at pronouncing these things. I think that's valid. Pilular. Referring to a pilule. The game is going to be over somewhat soon. Max is down 30 points. Sean really wants to do something to this board, probably. Block a little bit. The unseen tiles are a little bit scary. There's only one E. There's a bunch of bingo tiles. There's an ING. Too many I's. Too many T's. But you could easily see a bingo come down on this board. Something like Puli and QI starts to kind of eliminate space. If you play Pilule and DE on the second row, I feel like that does a pretty good job at occupying as much space as possible on this board and threatening to continue scoring. If there wasn't any S's left, ULU to the U in Quivery setting up Lulu would be cool. But Puli makes perfect sense here. AEL is a good leave here. And yeah, Piluli is a valid word in the CSW lexicon. Did not come down here, so Sean avoided another potential lost turn. And back to Max, who's again he's just, I don't know what else to say than in the shits. Like, his draws this whole game after that double blank have been pretty miserable. Definitely sort of put himself in a situation of possibly drawing too many consonants. He played vet and just really hasn't seen the light of day since then. So he's considering Thur. I guess he's considering Thrip, THRIP, the purely reopening part of the board. I guess the concern with that play is if Sean just plays to the T that will be in the triple lane, where exactly is Max going to bingo after that? And he's down 53 points. So it really feels like a bingo is somewhat necessary, or at least the threat of one. But yeah, I'd really like to know. I actually am pretty convinced that I almost want to go look in my closet to see if I have the exact same shirt as Morris or if I left it at his place last time. But yeah, Max getting low on the clock. So we're going to the solo cam. I really don't know where to begin in this position for him. He wants to get rid of that duplicate I, that duplicate T. I think Thrip makes sense just because it opens something, and maybe if Max draws the S, he can threaten to score massively with clanks. But the problem being mentioned in the chat is that if Thrip comes down, Ateliers, at the very least, will be the response for Shanabasi. So either instead, so this will still give bingos back. Realized play is on the top row. I just don't see any play that Max can make that really does anything about that. But here, I think realties after Ither makes sense. But yeah, Ither actually, I think, is a better play than Thrip. It opens the bottom part of the board, bottom left part, which you can't deal with at the same time as dealing with the upper part of the board. So now, I guess the question is, if you play realties just to block that I, do you ever lose to an out bingo? I know Sean is up 33, but if he only scores 70 and Max scores 90 on the triple after realties with the T and Ither, you might be able to win. I'm trying to look here into the future. Something like Utopian comes down after realties. I think, wow, Sean would win by 3. So I think you can probably play realties here. That might be the only play that wins 100% of the time. So Sean's just going to think about this. He has a ton of time to consider his options here. He has many options to bingo. He can play Espalier through the P of Puli. He can play Realize and DE at the top. He can play Realties, Leariest, or Earliest through that T of Ither. Most of these words, I guess, except for Espalier, I'm sure Sean going to see and know that they're valid in this lexicon? But I guess the question is he going to be confident enough that a bingo comeback after realties is not going to do it for Max with 4 tiles remaining in the bag? It's so close. If you play realize, you're opening another triple triple, so that feels really wrong. Like something like dratting could come down triple triple and just save the game for Max. So I feel like playing realize is off the cards if you see those other options. Espalier leaves the Eye of Ither open. You kind of just have to hope that Max doesn't have a triple triple. He plays auditing. That won't be good. Auditing or audition. So earliest instead, I guess the question here is, can Max score enough after this play to win? And possibly not. This could be 100% to win as well. The highest Max could have is Pintado. Yeah, this works. Yeah, earliest feels more human actually than playing Ateliers. And fortunately, Sean doesn't have to worry about anything here. Max has another pretty wacky rack. ADIINTU. There's no G on the board and no O on the board for those words I mentioned. And this will be a nice victory for Sean, who's gotten away with 2 phonies. Bigged, I was not surprised with in the slightest. Withs, yeah, getting no hold from Max. But yeah, Sean is so good at applying maximum psychological pressure. So the end game, Max doesn't have a bingo. He's down 95. He's going to look at what Sean has, PGOT, if he's done his tracking correctly. And see if there's anywhere for Sean to go out. If he doesn't see anywhere for Sean to go out, he's going to want to go out in 2. So his highest scoring play of Daunt, top left, D-A-U-N-T, making N-E-N-T-A, I think is off the cards. That leaves 2 eyes. Don't think there's a spot for both of those eyes at once. I think playing something like Duit, D-U-I-T, top left makes the most sense. And then go out with AIN next turn. Guess what's Sean's best option after that? I see Pogy, P-O-G-Y, to the Y in Quivery. So maybe you want to block that with something like A-I-N and A-Y. And try to save Duit for next turn. The top endgame choice is Duit, D-U-I-T, like I said, at the top left, or Inia, I-N-I-A, in the same spot, keeping D-T-U. Oh no, Inia making nearliest. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, I didn't realize what's so great about Duit is the N hook on earliest for nearliest. If you play I-N-I-A and nearliest, you're setting up Duit for next turn. So the best sequence is either of those. Duit first and then Inia, or Inia first and Duit. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that sneaky N hook on earliest. But yeah, I'm just still thinking about Morris's shirt. Or is it my shirt? I really don't know. Oh man. I mean, it looks really good on him. So I'm not mad. But yeah, 2 minutes left for Max. Next round, we're looking at some mashups. Sean's going to take this first round. Yeah, I wonder who we should show. Do It as the best play, 21 points. We have Ari Sinke versus Caleb Pittman, Robin Pollock versus Max Panich, Chris Sykes versus Dave Crook, Sean versus Morris Greenberg. I think either Ari versus Caleb or Sean versus Morris. We're going to see every one of these players, I think, by the end of the day. 7 games. So it's okay to repeat, especially since Sean has taken this first game. And apparently his nephew wants to watch him. So we can keep him on, I think. Also, Sean does a great amount of work for the local Scrabble community in Mississauga, also in Toronto, and he helps out a bunch with Let's Play Scrabble. So he is a VIP for sure. Yeah, I think Sean versus Morris looks good. As PO comes down, that's even better than Pogi. 26 points. And is Max going to spot Inia for 17, or is he going to play AIN or ANI 16? Looks like he has the latter lined up. Yeah, that's just such a tricky hook. So AIN for 16 and out. And this game will end with a score of 348 Max, 426 Sean. I don't know if we have an overhead mic. I think, we definitely do. But let's see if we can hear them talk.
It just left the board so the board is so close to the one side. It's Collins only. Yeah, I didn't like it. I had a blank and the board was so close. Turn eight's okay. Turn eight's good.
Yeah, so outrun the other. Yeah. Yeah, I would have loved to.
Yeah, I don't know. For 10 points, I was like not 100% sure that Greg was there, but I was like, yeah. I rationalized. I'm like, I can use it in a sentence, like big somebody up or whatever. So I thought it must have been added.
Yeah. There's still an A on the Z.
I thought how I had a really, I had POL with this. It felt like there could be some cool words or something, but I don't know.
That's another consideration, right?
Right, so the power is only 30 points.
That's only like 16. And it is bad dials.
So like,
That probably feels pretty much.
426,
All right.
248.
Players discussed Big being Collins only. But like I said, Max's rationale for leaving it on the board was very good. I don't think that was even a mistake to do so. And we're just going to leave widths there as if it's a word, because it looks like a word. I think every one of us has thought widths was a word at some point. Yeah, let's take a small break. I'm going to refill my tea. I'm going to bring you round 2 of this Toronto Tile Slingers tournament. In just a few minutes, we're going to show, I think, Sean versus Morris. I'll get a closer look at that shirt. And yeah, look forward to seeing that game. I think it's going to be really interesting. So see you guys in just a bit while we get set up. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Toronto Tile Slingers. I am Josh Sokol, your host for today. Flying solo for one more round. And it's a really cool game to start things off. Hopefully we'll get another cool one. Honestly, I feel like no matter what happens this next game, it's going to be cool. Both players, Morris and Sean, are extremely creative. They always wow us with their thought processes. So really excited. Still waking up. If you were around 12 hours ago, you might have seen the World Youth Scrabble Championship being streamed. Now we got this being streamed. I mean, Scrabble streaming has been taken to a whole new level, partially in large part thanks to the efforts of Let's Play Scrabble. So yeah, super excited to partner with them again for this little event, this little casual WoW event in the heart of Toronto. So, really cool to see the stats as well, the advanced stats brought to you by Josh Koff and Let's Play Scrabble. And we're going to see some more of those in just a sec with a new player as well. We're going to see Morris's stats. We're going to see some new head-to-head stats whenever those are available. But so far, I would like to mention in round one, we saw some upsets. So Sean upsetting Max Panich, which, not a huge rating difference between them. Dave Crook taking a win. I think he's the lowest rated player. Yeah, he's coming in with a 959 rating. He beat Robin in the first round, 434 to 377, which is incredible. That's like 1,000-point rating upset. We also saw Caleb taking down Chris Sykes by 30 points, 381 to 351. And Morris Greenberg taking down Ari. So literally every round has been an upset. The lower rated player, or the whole round were upsets, every game of the round. Lower rated player winning against the higher rated player. So love to see it. That's the thing about Scrabble. You can beat anybody. You get the right tiles, and your opponent makes the right amount of inaccurate plays. So really, really cool to see. But let's do Morris's player card here. Let's look at Morris. Let's see what's going on with him. Is there an actual picture of him? Yes, look at that. Rating is 1853. Honestly, he's one of those players that always feels underrated. He is 69th in North America. Played almost 50. This is his 50th tournament. 55% win percentage. He has won the Crescent City Cup as well. 407, 392 average score. Actually, the Crescent City Cup is his last win from 2015, 10 years ago. And these guys have only played each other once. One game, 462 to 443. It sounds like a banger to me. Sean has taken Morris down in their only game in Montreal. Oh, I know that city. 12 years ago. Very cool. Very, very cool. So let me just reset these scores, and we can get the players started if they're ready. I wanted to check something. Okay. I'll be right back in 10 seconds. I just want to see, okay, no, this isn't the same shirt. No, okay. Now we get a closer look at the shirt. Okay, I don't have to check to see if Morris has my shirt. This is a different style, the same design, but it's not a button down, it's a t-shirt. I like that. I want to trade with him. Okay. Sean to go first with AEINTTV. Close, but no cigar. Nice play of Vita. This boss. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Josh. Thank you for just confirming to me that I'm seeing things, that I'm paranoid. Yeah, VITTA looks like the best play for Sean, scoring 24 points and leaving the nice EN, setting up the E for VITTAE. That is also a good option, Tav as well. But I would like to see the double of 12 points here. I don't believe the I and the N, or the I and the T, add that much value to the leave, but definitely close. I would have chosen Vita. That keeps things tighter. Definitely more Sean style. Back to Morris with EFISTTY. He also has duplicate T's, but he has 7-letter word and he spots it instantly. Testify. That is going to score 74. That's his highest score, most defensive position. And Sean has drawn into inutile, French word. He doesn't have a spot for that, but does have some tough bingos available through the T or through the V. I like to think about the word through the T as just like an extension of the word inutile. It's very similar. It's obviously a completely different word, but some of the ways that players have to remember words is by associating them together. If I can associate two words, inutile and intitool, together, that's one memory. It's not two memories. So it's much easier to retain words when you have them retained in bunches. That's also why lots of strong Scrabble players study with stems. Stems being a usually 6-letter combination, and they usually use a mnemonic device to remember what letters go with that those 6-letter combinations. And if you know that, then you can sort of just like identify that you have a bingo, and you can be confident that you have a bingo and then just look for it rather than trying to find it organically. There are many, many tricks, tips and tricks that strong Scrabble players use to retain words. Yeah, intitool, playable through the T of testify. That's probably the best play. If you put that I on the triple letter score just northwest of that V. It is a verb, though. You can see potentially a D hook come down. And vituline as well, playable from the V of vats. Doesn't feel like Sean has seen either of those options. And when you have an unplayable 7-letter word, it's so difficult to sort of get out of your own head, look for something else. Because before the play of testify, Sean had 3 spots to play in utile, with IT, TI, and with Vatu. And he's probably just like taking some time to be like, darn, that was blocked. However, if he's able to clear his mind, I think he's going to be able to spot one of these bingos, but it looks like he hasn't. Looks like he's going to play uni or 8, which is a good play in its own right. Opens the board, keeps well, but it's 8 points when he could have scored 63, but probably 60 would have been his best option. If he played Vituline, that would have put the E in a very dangerous spot. So definitely a miss here for Sean. Definitely an understandable one. Morris with a pretty balanced set of tiles, A, E, J, L, N, O, U. And man, I see a nice French word that he could play that isn't valid. Joyeux, Joyau. I think that'll maybe be the only mention of French words that I have all day, but you gotta do it sometimes. I was talking to Nigel Richards about playing in French, but talking to some French players about potentially playing a French Scrabble tournament. It happened. So I think Morris's best options here require him to open a triple. You never really want to do put a J or another high-scoring tile in the triple lane, but for 42 points, I believe this is worth it. Gion keeping ALU. Especially after the play of UNI, it doesn't feel like Sean can really do that much damage on the triple, given the letters he's likely keeping with the play of UNI. So seems fine. Sean has missed again. This rack is just super tantalizing, though. It just feels like there are a lot of 8-letter words possible. Just nothing that plays on this board. So I think Sean's going to take some more time, which is uncharacteristic of his style of play. But with racks like these, really see a lot of ghosts. You want to make sure you're not missing something. But eject seems like a very good play through the J, scoring 42 back. But it just doesn't feel like enough in the position, as Morris has drawn that Z. But eject coming down very quickly. Sean confident here. He hasn't missed anything. He has not missed big on this turn. So good on him there. And now for Morris, this is going to be a little bit of a test. There's a word available here, 54 points. That is, for me, extremely hard to spot. Just one of those high-scoring words that has a pretty weird formulation. So we'll see if he spots it. I expect him to see this. I just, I know from experience that some of these words, pretty much everyone has like a word that they miss all the time. Be it CINQ or TRANQ, just some word that sort of has a weird pattern of letters in it for the English language that you know that you just failed to see. CWM, for example. Lots of words like that. If you have a word like that, feel free to let us know in the chat. Of course, this broadcast being brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble.com. If you're watching on YouTube, please like, please subscribe, please chat, interact with us. And huge thanks to everyone in the live chat. That is a Superfriend. That is a $5 a month subscription. You get access to very special content, advanced content as well. And you're just supporting Scrabble streaming. So yeah, big thanks to the Super Friends. Also being broadcast on my Twitch channel. So huge thanks to Let's Play Scrabble for the multi-stream. Hello to everyone on Twitch as well. Yeah, Zion is that word. And it has been missed. Zin and none is the play, which is a very good play. 35 points, the balanced leave of ALRU. But that's a 19-point sacrifice. One benefit to this is it doesn't open another triple, another easy triple. Sean. But yeah, I would like to see that. Back to Sean, who is down 89 and has 3 L's. Can't feel very good about that. You can get rid of 2 of them and play something like loyal through the Y and testify. I wonder what he's looking at. CALLOP would be a very interesting try. That's what he's thinking of. The C and eject, that would put Morris on the spot. But instead, Philo, which is another great idea. Setting up an S hook when you're behind, a good idea. Morris is holding this play. It's also kind of a weird 5-letter word. FILO valid. PHYLLO valid. This is definitely a word, but Morris might be not recognizing it. We'll see if he accepts. We'll see if he decides to take a gander to see if it's a valid word. Yeah, when you are behind, setting up S hooks is a good idea, even when you don't have them. So we saw that in the previous game. Sean made a very nice play, setting up an S hook. And now Morris has a problem to solve. He doesn't have an S himself. There are 3 S's unseen to him, 2 blanks unseen to him. So is now the time to sort of go for broke in a way, play Woo Raleigh through the O, WOORALI, blow the board open and just take care of that hook. But WO instead, this is a very measured approach by Morris, throwing that O in the triple lane, making it very hard to make plays with an S, keeping, again, balanced letters. On this closed board, there aren't really any scoring spots to worry about. So keeping 1-point tiles, normally not a great idea. But in this situation, I don't think he's going to suffer that much from his leave. So I think this is a great idea. And back to Sean, who's down 100 now. Setup did not work out for him. He didn't draw an S. He didn't draw very well here. The board is so blocked. That play of that, man, totally backfiring here. The fact that Sean did not reach any further towards the top left of the board, that V completely cutting off the circulation from the left side of the board. We might see something like planary, PLANARY, which is not a word, but it would be once again a great attempt to that Y of testify. I would find that extremely hard to challenge, planary. And it does sort of open the board. If you don't do that, I mean, you can play planner through the L, or just plan, which is what Sean's looking at. Scoring just 12 points and opening a lane on the bottom, second to bottom row. So he has a plan. Will it work out for him? Back to Morris, drawn a G and an E to go with his AILRU. He has those letters organized in alphabetical order. Wants to make sure that he doesn't have an 8-letter word here that would really put the game out of reach. He's just 1 tile away. Ligature doesn't fit through the T of eject. Now he has another problem. Plan has set up a lane on this pretty dry board. So Morris is definitely going to want to try and block that. I guess he's probably thinking doesn't really need to block it, because if something gets played on the bottom, second to bottom row, making plane or plant or plans, that's going to open a lot of triples for Morris to clap back on. So I wouldn't be too concerned if I was him, but I would want to see if I had a decent play that blocked. Good thing about plan is that it's sort of protected. The hook is sort of protected by that Y of testify. Is kind of hard, as well as the L of philo. Kind of hard to do anything conclusive to block with a lot of racks. A very good strategic idea by Sean Abbasi. But we could see something like uni through that N of plan, just sort of inhibiting the spot, keeping good letters, AEGLR. But I think Morris is probably a little bit more concerned about that C and the T in the top right. And yeah, he's going to go with Guiro. Very good play here, scoring 18 points. He could have also played Arugo, that same spot, a little bit less defensive, a little bit higher scoring, a little bit worse of a leave. This makes a lot of sense. And the play that Sean had lined up, Cornular, I think, will no longer fit. So we will not see that come down. Interestingly, Sean is close to 9-letter words through that TI in the middle of the board, making TION. But yeah, Cornua is a nice play. from that C of eject. Now that the triple is covered, plays from that C, score well and don't open anything to worry about. So that's gone from like a bingo lane to a scoring spot after the defensive play of Guiro. Courlan also plays Courlan, making AG and NU. That's probably Sean's best play. But he's going to play Ovular, which makes a lot of sense, but only scores 11 points. The reason he's doing this is he needs to access that top left of the board, that O, the very nice opening. To do so, it's kind of hard to deal with for Morris. So yeah, a great decision once again by Sean. Just a proactive way to keep the board alive with his pretty large deficit. Still down 94 points. That draw is not going to help him very much. Now Morris to act with AADDEGL. Can score a lot of points here with DEDAL to the right of the AR of Ovular. That's 30 points. Doesn't open too much, but that L, the middle of the board, definitely the big the big problem with the play of DEDAL. But with Morris's lead, I feel like it's worth just covering that scoring spot, taking out the space that plan opened up, and maybe trying just run away with this game. The play of Ovular only scoring 11 points creates a situation where it can be very hard to clamp down on the entirety of the board. And so I think in Morris's shoes, I just want to score points. So EGAD, similar idea, 6 fewer points, slightly better leave. Slightly worse letter to float out there, to be honest. That D, making it more likely that a bingo will come down to the left and open more space. Whereas the L makes it a little bit more likely a bingo will be played through or from the L, going rightwards, going eastwards, covering space that is already kind of constricted. So probably a small inaccuracy by Morris. But nothing to write home about. FRD being separated on Sean's rack. He's just going to play Fard, do that A. He had a really cool play available that I don't think I would have seen. Parity through the R and the E and the Y already on the board. That's totally insane. That would have been great to open another lane, open the left part of the board, that E in a dangerous spot below the double word score. But Fard makes perfect sense. It looks like it blocks, but it doesn't really block the D of EGAD. It's now possible still to play a word ending in ED. And Sean has gotten a very good draw here. So we'll see if Morris is able to block, because now it feels a little bit more possible after the play of EGAD and Fard to deal with the top left. But it would require sacrificing points. Something like Hailed, Hailed, and DO doesn't really make sense because it opens floating tiles and opens a hook on DO. But I'm sure Morris is considering if he can do something about that little opening that Ovular created. I don't think he's going to come up with a good way to block, but he really doesn't have any great plays here. So when you're in a situation where none of your plays look very appetizing on a score/leave basis, start thinking about maybe it's more important to try and accomplish something rather than score a little bit more than another play or leave a little bit better than another play. It just feels very difficult. That's why the play of Ovular was so good. Really hard to conclusively deal with that spot without really suffering a lot of damage to your leave. Like God, for example, God and DA is 8 points. It does handle the spot. But yeah, we're going to see Glade here. Is Everglade a word? I think Everglade is a word. You might see that extension. Please, one time. But this makes sense. This deals with the D and EGAD. That's the biggest threat in the position. Paul Averin becoming a Scrabble super friend. That is amazing. Nicely done. Much appreciated. As Tinters comes down for Sean, having his deficit. But what a draw for Morris Greenberg. Triple triple? Yes? No? Yes? He's seen it already. It's already lined up. That's amazing. Eldritch. Morris is really just feels like he's Hollywooding here. He feels like he's slow rolling us. I mean, sure, do your tracking. Like that matters when you're going to be up 300 points. Look at him. He's got it lined up. Is he? Maybe he's not sure. Maybe he's not sure. There's two spellings of this. Eldritch without the T and with it. So yeah, this is coming down. I think Sean, if he's not 100% sure of this, is going to challenge. I mean, look at his rack too. I mean, this is GG. Unless you're like totally sure this is valid, you're going to challenge it. Wow. And that's the 176 points is Sean's current score. That's gotta hurt. Maybe there's a missed score here. But this is going to bring the game fully out of reach. 409 to 176. All right, well, it was fun while it lasted. That's awesome. Love to see triple triples. The Grand Slam of Scrabble. The Hail Mary. The 4-point play. I don't know. Half-court shot. I don't know how many other sports references I've got for y'all. And of course, this is on hold. Morris hasn't drawn new tiles. They're laughing about it. Talking about it. Maybe we can even put it on the mic. Yeah, I see Josh coming back. Probably some fun banter here, but accepted. Accepted. Now that is a boss move. Accepting a play that completely ends the game. Very nice. That's a level of trust that is hard to put into words. Yeah, that is a blank L. Incredible. All right, back to Sean. 176 to 409. He's got a Q, he's got an X. And play QI, QAT, and live to see another day. Close to like something like apomixia, panmix. Anyways, that looks good. Kind of setting up the X. Draw an I potentially, or a D for XED. And back to Morris. EIKMRUW. So that Q was opened up for the U, but an air ball. So something like Quirk, 23 points. Not worth playing. If you're Morris here, probably don't really care what you play. You have the K hook for plan, plank. Probably just something like weak through the E of Tinters. Scoring 32 makes a lot of sense. He might play something a bit more defensive, maybe a bit longer. I don't really see a longer play though. But even in positions like these, whether you're the player up 200 points or down 200 points, you can still make really cool plays. Still look for interesting options, setup plays. Actually, like when you're down this much, it sort of releases a lot of the pressure, like trying to win, or when you're up so much. And that's when you can sort of get super creative. And both these players are very creative. So I'm curious to see if we see any cool plays. Yeah, another huge thank you to our new Superfriend, who I think has the record of tournament games played and is still kicking. Almost up to 10,000 for your tournament games. So we see some funny business on Abasi's rack. See Morris separating the M and the W just to play mu. This makes sense. There's lots of O's left and 2 S's left. Maybe you can draw your Rokies from the E and Eldritch. That might be part of his plan. Yeah, keeping nice-ish tiles to continue to score. And Sean here, I guess if you're really trying to fight, you could look to try and open a triple. Not sure how to do that, actually. I don't know if there's a single play that does that. But Sean probably knows it's over. He doesn't have to play his X. He can go for something high scoring, like maybe examples. It doesn't really work. There's no L. Yeah, if I were Sean, I'd be looking for maybe a way to set up mpox, that nice new word. I assume is valid in the WoW lexicon. Could just play woo, drop your O, the bottom right. That WO is there from earlier. Set up mpox that way, but that's obviously going to get blocked a huge amount of the time. Yeah, it's actually kind of unfortunate. There doesn't appear to be any great options. Like, even regardless of score, like even if the score is closer, the options seem pretty rough here. We play locks from the L of Eldritch, the blank L, LOX for 18, and try and open the lane to the left of that. And Morris was drawn into Huskier. Is that valid? Huskier. Yeah. Husky means slightly hoarse. There is no spot for that. So MOO, the play. Sean. And he's drawn the blank. So maybe some chance of some slight comeback. But MOO blocking the board. This is a 7-game tournament, so although it's casual, although it's all for fun, it definitely makes sense for Sean to try and lose by as little as possible. KHI, great play by Morris. That's his top play on equity. Leaves well, scores well, sets up his S. And the plan of Moo was possibly to set up Ox if you draw another O. So Ox now fits, making Dox and LOO. 42 points. Otherwise, you can again think about keeping the X and trying to draw a big play with it. I think Ox makes most sense. You might even draw like empanadas. You play Ox and draw specifically DA or DN or NA. You can draw into the word empanadas on the top left. That's actually pretty cool. That would be really nice. Maybe other things you can draw into. Ampasad, or is that a word? No. EM. No. Have to be EMP probably. That's what I'd be looking at here. On the other hand, Morris probably just going to play, if it doesn't get blocked, Busy and KHIS, which scores very well with in the bottom right. So he's just going to wait and see what Sean does. See if he blocks it. If he does block it, look for something else. But yeah, Ox coming down, and let's see. There's 3 different draws Sean can get here for empanadas. Oh! Oh my god. Wow. Isn't Scrabble amazing? Now, PAN is lined up on Sean's rack. I'm very much hoping that he knows where this is going. He might be separating the tiles because he doesn't want to give off a tell to Morris. You just don't want this play to be blocked. Even though it's not going to win Sean the game, if this play gets blocked, that's just the saddest thing ever. Oh, come on. I really want it to happen. Hey, Morris up 203, 9 minutes on the clock, 7 tiles in the bag. It's definitely, from his perspective, possible that Sean is close to or has a 9-letter word top left, but please give us content, Morris. Please don't block. Like, it's such a big sacrifice to block. You can play Embryo, which is a pretty cool play to block. Otherwise, you have to sacrifice so many points to block. Embryons. Embryus is not a word. I don't think that's going to come down. I don't know if Sean has seen this. That's what's so great about calling these games. You never know. Unless you're watching like Nigel or someone who's very deliberate with lining their plays up on their rack. All right, Busy. This is the moment of truth. 47 points for Morris Greenberg. Let's go. Let's go. Woo-hoo. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm all smiles here in the booth. So is Morris. So is Sean. 101 points. That is just beautiful. All right. 362 to 511. Sean is going to draw DEI out of the bag. going to be able to go out with that. Multiple parts of the board. So Morris just wanting to score as much as he can here, and he's drawn Everglade. He's drawn Everglade, and it plays for 45 points. Go on, Morris. Come on, use your brain. Please. Please, please, please. Yes! 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 Oh my goodness. I'm beyond thrilled with this game. See, I just this is why we stream. This is why we stream. And is this play on hold? Probably. Yeah, Morris crossing his arms. For sure, Sean has said hold here. I don't know if either of these guys know whether this is a word. Leveraged is the anagram. If you really, I mean, whatever happens doesn't really matter. I think Sean's accepting because it's such good content. Man, I am so happy. I like to say, if you don't like this, you don't like live stream Scrabble. All right, so die for 11. Final score 383 to 556. Let's listen to these guys talk it out. Man, awesome.
Let's see, we entertain them.
Yeah, 555 to 383.
Like the opening play, I played that. I guess I could have played tab as well, but then I drew in utile, which if I played tab, then at least in utile would come down. But it's
No, that's I think the better play in the vacuum. Like it's more defensive.
well, it takes a U, but tab, I guess. What's more defensive?
You're just not allowing sevens this way.
Wouldn't it just say the same sentence? I guess it's harder to end, easier to end with a vowel than to start with.
Well, so if I guess actually, so if you're interesting. So wait, what did you keep with it?
443 to
I kept TINE.
446.
TIN. Yeah, because like the logic here is that if you
Yeah.
have if you draw the S,
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
then you
It
kill
was
that
like
area.
a micro decision, like
Yeah,
everything. But
But yeah, this makes it a
I
lot
did
harder.
consider playing native, which is 14 more points, but I thought that just seems a little reckless. I don't know.
Native. It's close.
Yeah.
It's pretty close. Yeah. Philo is good, right? I wasn't 100%.
Yeah, he
I
doesn't give up.
I thought it was good. I mean, I
Yeah.
didn't have it down until you held it, because I don't know what's called and what's not.
Yeah, no, I was,
Oh, really? Yeah.
I was,
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, maybe should I say two?
Yeah, that's good.
and Everglade is good, and Eldritch are both good, I assume, right?
Yeah, Eldritch is good.
No.
Everglade is good.
They're
Nice.
both valid, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I was kind of fishing for that, honestly. After I played Eldritch, I drew ER, and I'm like, oh, that'd be cool if I keep ER and go for Everglade.
I sort of saw the possibility of Donatus before, but I wasn't like trying for it. I just had to play Ox, and then I just happened to draw A, and I'm like, okay, fine. I'm like, okay.
Did you say the number?
Yeah, no, I considered on the busy, I kept ORE, so I considered Embryo here.
That's a big score.
Yeah, this is a bigger score, and I'm keeping the ER for Everglade still, so like, I kind of like, they're both, right, I could have fished for embryons at this point with the N unseen,
Right.
right, that would have been like also
Yeah.
even more, I guess, because of this way now too.
Yeah.
But yeah,
23, no?
so 172. What's your player number? Or I guess
I
it doesn't
don't
really
know.
matter. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. So 555 to 383. Do you agree?
Yes.
Difference of 172.
Yeah, it's really lucky. It's really lucky, yeah. Maybe tolerance. Yes, so we also. Yeah, yes, so.
Yeah, it's basically an over.
No, it's only.
All right, sorry for that zeroed score, but that was an amazing game for the ages. All triple word scores used. Thank you for mentioning that, Joey Malik in the chat. That is extremely rare. That's going to go in one of those statistics, I think, on randomracer.com, which is a really fun site to look at statistics from Ross Table. Speaking of statistics, that puts Morris at 2-0 in this tournament. Our next round pairing is a huge one. Robin Pollock Daniel versus Christopher Sykes. Very exciting pairing. Extremely strong players. I don't think I've ever watched them play each other either. So I'm super excited for this one. I don't know if we're going to go to break, but we definitely have a new commentator to bring to you guys, sort of relieve the solo aspect. So when we're back from the short break, we will present to you that new commentator. Super excited. Yeah, round 3 coming in just a bit. I'm Josh Sokol. This is Let's Play Scrabble.com, Toronto Tile Slingers 2025. What an awesome game. And we'll see you in just a bit. More Scrabble. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let me back up. Welcome back to the Toronto Title Slingers 2025. I'm Josh Sokol. We have seen 2 games so far from this nice casual one-day tournament. There's another one day tomorrow. I will be with you all day today. And for the next 5 games, I have a partner in crime. So, first one, present to you guys, co-commentator extraordinaire, Brian Garnett. What is up, Brian? How's it going?
Hi, I'm great. How are you? I understand we had a banger of a game just now.
Incredible
Looking
game, a
forward
game for
to
the ages.
awesome. Looking forward to 3 more good ones, and then after that we'll see.
Okay.
But I want to be here
Sounds
for the
good
good
to me.
ones.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, can't wait to see this one. So Robin Pollock Daniel versus Chris Sykes. We definitely have their player cards ready for you, I think, and they're also pretty much ready to play. So let's take a look at these awesome advanced stats once again, brought to
Can't wait
you
to see.
by Josh Buff and people at Let's Play Scrabble. Also bring the standings first and foremost to see what has happened in round 1. Every single lower rated player won their game
Oh
against
wow,
their overdogs. In round
that's
2,
awesome.
not sure what happened outside of the amazing 8 triple game with 2 9-letter words, Empanadas Everglade. I mean, such an amazing display of Scrabble. Also, I wanted to show, while I'm still on camera, why I was so freaking out about Morris's shirt. Like, is this the exact same design?
Shirt
I thought he'd
Brothers?
stolen my shirt. But no, it's a different shirt. It's an actually nicer shirt. I'm gonna see if I can, like, next time I see Morris, just switch him off. See if he
Anyone notice?
notices. Yeah, but let's
Anyone
look at the player
confuses the
cards.
jersey?
Robin. Yeah, look at this. Rating 1861, way too low. Robin is definitely underrated right now. 39th in North America. She was once,
Wow.
I think, top 3 in North America at like 2060, highest ever rated woman in North American Scrabble history. Played 153 tournaments. She grew up in Montreal. Got her starts here. Recent tournament win was in Albany a long time ago, but 18-3 in 2012. That was an amazing event too. Chris Sykes, rated 1874. He's been in the 2000s as well. Rated 35th in North America. Has a very high career win percentage, 62%. He won Belleville, the early bird in 2025. He's also won a bunch of multi-day events since things have opened up post-COVID. So really looking forward to this
Yeah.
matchup, Brian.
Yes,
What do you
I
think?
am too.
Look at this.
No offense to Robin, I just don't really know her personally, so I'm just going to focus on Chris for a second. I just absolutely love the guy ever since I met him at an Albany tournament a couple years ago. Since then, he regularly sends me dad jokes. Um,
That's awesome. But yeah,
yeah,
look at this.
looking forward to seeing him play.
Last 6 games, Robin has lost. She won her first 2, but she's gonna want
Wow.
to remedy that. That's 6 in a row. That's tough. 2 and 6. All right,
The
maybe a good
last one was
matchup for
close.
Chris. But yeah, if the players are
Yeah, we'll
ready,
see.
let's get started. Robin to act first. Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. Robin's word knowledge, both of these players' word knowledge is tremendous.
Yes.
Robin regularly solving all of the 9-letter words, all the 8-letter words, all the 7-letter words, most of the 10-letter words on the website airlift.org. She's getting back into the thick of things. She played in the Nationals. We saw her on stream just a couple weeks ago. And what an interesting opening rack for her, Brian.
Wow. What is there even a five-letter word here?
Yeah, there are a couple. Ganev vegan. If you want to play
Uh,
Ganev, put the G on the star. That kind of sets up your Z. That's interesting idea. But I'm not sure. I mean, she's lined it up.
it's just, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. It's a nice setup. What do you think about this?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like how this sets up the Z, but also doesn't necessarily look like she's doing that because, like you said, she's putting that V on the double letter score. So, it kind of looks like a play where you're willing to take a risk by scoring that much more. So
Yeah,
this might not. Go ahead.
definitely does not necessarily look like a setup. And even if you cover that double letter score on top of the A, you could make a big mistake if we see something like PI, which we're not going to see come down for Chris Sykes. PI, PA, and IN. That's another juicy spot for the Z making Zin. So yeah, this does not look like a setup. You're totally right. You could play this with pretty much any two consonants as a leave. So we'll see what Chris does. You could just play Papa on top, which would actually do a great job at blocking this actual setup that Robin's made. Worth noting, Papacita, not a word. Mamacita, not a word. But just Pap coming down here for Chris.
What do you think about
AIST,
that?
this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think I probably would have gone with Papa just for the extra points and I don't know, leaving one fewer 1 point tile. This also sets up the triple letter score on top, so it's not really that defensive. But all these plays extremely close for sure. So maybe Pap 2 spots to the left to not open that big scoring spot on top would have been slightly preferable, but not sure. Back to Robin.
Okay.
Terrible.
Yeah, she has one vowel. Not
But she
easy to
can,
play through. Any vowels?
yeah, she can make one decent play here. There's 2 decent plays, I guess. Wit underneath, making Ani, Pet, and Paw. Pretty good. It's
Understood.
just like, what are you doing next turn, right? You can also play Wind. Do you like Wind? Do you prefer Wind maybe to like create a little bit more breathing room? Wind, GIPAN, and AND. I kind of prefer that actually.
Hmm. Yeah,
We
yeah. I think
saw,
it, getting rid of one more consonant would go a long way here.
yeah, exactly. That's my thought here. Like we saw the first game between Max Panich and Sean Abassi, where Max made a play keeping 4 consonants, drew 3 more, did it again, drew 3 more. It can happen. Rob's looking at vid, which the V is definitely the worst tile on the rack. And if you can get rid of it for 24 points, it makes a lot of sense. Again, I just don't know what the follow up is. I like vid in that it sets up an A hook with avid. It sets up the W atop AN if you draw an A or an O to overlap. And it's very defensive. So I totally get this decision. I actually
So
might think
you
that this might be the best play.
so you like that it sets up an A hook even though she doesn't have an A?
Yeah, just because in this position you're down pretty much. Like you have bad letters, so setting stuff up when you have like a Z to
There it
work
is.
with
Oh,
makes a lot of sense. Wow.
nice pickup. I
Simulation
see.
prefers wit and wind, but this play makes a lot of sense. But yeah, what a great
Yeah.
draw.
Yeah.
Back to Chris with AEISSTX. He has playable bingos. Same word, multiple spots. Question is, are you sure?
Oh, he's
Axes. You think he's gonna play this?
say that word again.
Hasn't played it yet. Axes.
Texas is.
The or taxises. Obviously, it's not taxises.
Is this a new word? Oh, I see. Oh, is it coming? More letters? More. We got it. We got
Nice.
taxi C's. I knew as if that's a word, he's going to find it. Um,
Yeah,
like we were saying,
very
his
nice.
word knowledge is incredibly strong. Is this a new
And
word?
this
Because it kind of
is
reminds me of some recent funny plurals that have been added
well, yeah.
to
That's
the
the thing.
lexicon.
Is it a funny plural? I don't have the exact lexicon, but
He's
this is
challenging.
being challenged. So we're gonna take a look at the word judge to see if this is a playable word in the WoW lexicon. I believe it
Yeah.
is. But yeah, challenge can brought to you by wordjudge.me. And yeah, that is a valid word. Thanks to Artmore for developing that browser-based word adjudication system. So yeah, Robin didn't recognize this, and she's going to lose a turn.
Are you surprised
So,
that she didn't recognize that word?
um, yeah, I'm
Just
always
because the quizzes
surprised.
come up. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm always surprised when Robin makes a word knowledge mistake because she's so solid in her studies. But I always mention the difference between when you have a quiz in front of you
Right.
of like, is there a word in these letters versus the board and the word hitting the board. It's definitely a different thing. So we see some
Yeah.
shakiness sometimes. Back to
Yeah,
Chris though.
I hear that. Thanks to Joseph Malik in the chat, who points out that tax DCs became valid in 2015, relatively recent.
Yeah, so that definitely reduces my level of surprise, given that Robin's been around for quite some time, and that did not used to be a word. But Chris is going to find his highest scoring play here of Niobate,
Yes,
probably his best play. He could keep a
triple double.
slightly better lead by playing EBON next to the XISE, but that opens the board rather than closes it. No need for that. This makes a lot more sense with his lead to keep
Indeed.
things a little bit more contained. And back to Robin. Is she going to find 72 points here? I don't even know if it's correct, but she can play to that T in Taxuses and burn the blank.
Ooh, okay.
Not really
What do
sure,
we
though.
have?
Tough position now.
What is the word?
Matzot, plural of matzah,
Ah,
one of
right.
those Hebrew plurals. Does open the board, but it keeps the W. I think it makes sense because you have that W again for that spot. Robin kept the W last turn or 2 turns ago to be able to use it above the AN to triple that W both ways. So if you play Matzot, you're bringing your lead down or bringing your deficit down to 27 points. And if Chris is struggling, which he sort of is, we could see Robin making a nice scoring play and keeping things very close with her W next turn. Or she could play on top of AN right now with Watt or Want and keep the Z. But
It looks like she's playing waltz,
okay,
and then
that's
her
another
blank.
option.
That scores
This is 63
63.
and uses the W. I guess the issue with this play is it doesn't really open the left side of the board much, but it makes sense. Getting rid of the W, you're going to bingo more. You are blocking the Ganev's hook, but you're setting up the Swan hook.
Ah,
So yeah, similar idea. And Bolt is going to
I
come down instantly.
Yeah, I wonder if she would have played Matzo had she seen it. I assume she didn't since she didn't line it up. Seems like a really tough word to see in this situation with
Yeah.
a blank. Um, and it's just a kind of a word formation you don't see very often, ZOT at the end.
Yeah, it's definitely. I tend to think of those 6-letter words to a tile already on the board hitting a triple. It feels like those are the hardest plays to find. Even top experts missing them significant amount of the time. So definitely high degree of difficulty. I don't quibble with this play at Waltz at all, though. It takes away a scoring spot, gets rid of the problematic tiles on the rack that are slowing you down from bingoing, scores 63. And Robin has drawn into one single bingo. Will she
Yes.
spot
Yeah,
Neo
I
Gene?
wonder if we buried the lead there that she drew the other blank after playing those 5 tiles. So uh, another benefit to burn her blank. She she drew the next one.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a benefit, but it's definitely a, a thing that happened.
It's a
Um,
it's a thing that was not guaranteed for sure.
yeah, so she's found Neo Gene beautiful.
Very good.
This is only 64 points, but the amount of time she spent looking for 8-letter words, looking for all of her 7-letter words, this is the only playable bingo. Fantastic play by Robin. And now the game is close to a tie. 173 for Chris Sykes, 177 for Robin. Chris has drawn the Q to go with his duplicated U from last turn. He's going to have really nice options here. I don't think he's going to take much time at all if he sees the word quag. Yeah, he's already decided what to do. Look at this.
Here it goes.
58
Yeah.
points. Doesn't open anything except for CINQ. Fantastic play.
Yeah, seems like a no-brainer.
I guess the one issue is it does create that that line next to the AE and GO. You could play a 7-letter word now. And Robin
Yeah.
drawn into colonize doesn't quite fit, but she has drawn into CINQ. There it is.
Oh, speaking of tough words to see.
Yeah, we were talking about the word Zion that was available to Morris Greenberg last game that he seemingly didn't spot. CINQ is the first word that comes to mind with just a word that people struggle to find. It's a newer word as well. Taxes was mentioned as a newer word. So these words that haven't existed for the majority of the time you've played Scrabble, you're Robin. Especially hard to sort of nail into your skull that they're now words. Every time there's a dictionary update, we have to sort of update our brain plasticity, Brian. And Brian,
Yeah.
I've seen some attempts like Kenji Matsumoto. The way to learn new words is to sort of just like play them over and over again over the board, sort of just like create situations where they're playable. Trying to teach yourself that they're valid. But
Interesting.
yeah, she's seen neologic as a possibility. The G doesn't exist for her, but she spotted it.
Yes.
Very nice.
There we go. Unfortunately, has to keep 3 vowels, including 2 O's, with her one consonant, but with this score, seems worth it. 45. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And Chris, again, not taking any time to consider anything else. He's
Yeah.
already decided this is his best play. He's spelling it properly. AOW. Yeah, beautiful play. Definitely his best play, I think, in the position. And
Very
Robin's
nice album.
drawn a third O. Oh my goodness.
How many
Not great.
spellings
Not what
of
she
meow
needed.
are there that are valid?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Meow, EOW, EOU, Meow, IAOW, IAOU, and Meowl, MIAUL are the ones I can think of. Maybe MEW could be considered as the spelling
No,
of
that's a
meow.
different word. It has a very different meaning in cat language. So
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
I'm not fluent in cat language.
I see.
um, but yeah, what do you do here if you're Robin? You definitely want to get rid of
Whoa,
2 O's if you can, but she's just going for score.
yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense. She's behind, so leaving that T open of bolt, overplaying wool from the W, sensible approach. I probably still would have played wool here.
I was just
But
I was just counting the
simulation
number of G's that
approves.
have been played because I see Chris has IN or
Yeah, simulation approves of this play. Scoring the extra points. There's nothing great to keep, so why not score some extra and leave things on the board? So great play by Robin, who's reduced her lead to 11. Back to Chris. Yeah, AINRRST. You're talking about the E. Sorry, I interrupted you.
oh, I was just wondering if a re-glowing extension was possible, but with 3 G's and all blanks played, we're not going to
Oh,
see
the
that.
G's. Yeah, the G's are gone. I'm happy to see that.
Oh, of course. They should just take them off the board at this point, right? Since we're not really using them anymore. Well, possibly that
Yeah,
with the one and go is slightly relevant.
yeah, yeah. Take those G's away from me. I don't want to see them. So Chris taking some time finally on this turn. This is not an obvious decision. Um, the the simulation, or not the simulation, but the engine is suggesting just playing the R for 12 points is a good option. But on this board, not super sure. Chris's chances of bingoing with AINRST are so high. So it could be worth thinking about making a little bit longer of a play, taking out a scoring spot. That's what he's doing. Tarn is the decision. 18.
Tarnish.
And yeah, I like this. I like this for
Yeah.
Chris. It's a little bit more of a balanced approach, a little bit more practical. Robin's drawn DEKED, which all things considered is pretty good for keeping 2 O's, but for options still somewhat limited. Can't really score that well with the K. This is a tough turn. Maybe
Yeah,
you.
I was just wondering if she was going to kind of sigh and play cooked.
Yeah. So if you play Cooked now, before the play of Tarn, Cooked was an okay play for the board because it would set up a line to the right. But now if you play Cooked, you pretty much need an E and maybe even an R. If you imagine those letters on the board, ED would create a spot for ERR and bingo starting an RE. So it's not like you're completely closing things down, but it's definitely less accessible now as a lane. And so maybe you want to leave that C open, but Robin's only down 29 now. She doesn't have to bingo to stay in this game. I'm very curious to see what she decides to do here. Maybe just something like Ode underneath Meow to score 20 points, take out a scoring spot. Just see what you draw. Doesn't feel like anything accomplishes the things that Robin wants to accomplish in this spot. Very tough play here. I don't know what I would do.
Yeah. Now that you pointed it out, Ode looks pretty good to me to get rid of those duplicates. Maybe you can hope to score with the K next turn. Um, it's not a great bingo leaf, but there aren't very many bingo lines on this board to use. And like you said, bingo is not necessarily necessary.
Yeah, so I'm running this in a simulation, and the engine is saying to play dozed through the Z of waltz,
Oh,
scoring 21 points and setting up a triple that if Chris doesn't have one of those 5 remaining vowels, the A, the 3 E's, and the O that go next to the D, he's going to struggle to sort of block that spot. And Robin can draw some massive plays next to it, like jokey or just poke, something like that. And if Chris is not in time to block, Robin is likely to retake the lead after that sequence. So very interesting play. Definitely not a great position regardless, but it's a proactive idea, sort of opening the board, trying to create a situation where you can come back without a bingo. But
I wonder if
yeah, I
we,
don't know if I would make that move.
well, it's first of all, it's kind of tough to see since it sort of creates an enclosed region in the board. I mean, arguably, it's not closed right now, that wall with the waltz and the reglow in that corner. But playing dozed would kind of create an enclosed region. Those plays could be tough to see. I wonder if we should get a close-up cam on Robin here. But she's making her play. She looked like she was really struggling to come up with a play that she liked here, and I don't think she
Yeah.
liked what she did play, but you have to play something.
Yeah, this is definitely a good play among the top plays. Um, this is why top players are just better. They find these tough plays in these positions. They don't take too long to find them. They're never making a bad play. They're always doing something.
Of
And
course,
fortunately, Fritz comes down very quickly for Chris.
yeah,
Very nice score. And it's back on Robin with 11 minutes left. And she's drawn some balance, but she's now down 45 points. So she can score 36 right now. She finds B Dim playing underneath Meow. Once again, that scoring spot is somewhat interesting.
yeah.
But she can't feel good about that either. Just score 27 and play My or Buy in that same spot, making AM or AB and OY. Keeping a better lead, that's probably a little bit more reasonable. Just don't like any of it. What would you
Yep.
do here?
Oh, I just had another comment that I know that Robin um, is an expert in psychology and really likes to think about psychology over the Scrabble board. And related to that, I was wondering how Chris's quick play is affecting her psychologically. That could be very frustrating during a game when you spend several minutes finally make a pretty difficult decision, and then your opponent just immediately slaps down a play and hits the clock. Now it's back on you.
Yeah, Chris so good at putting the pressure, putting the time pressure on, scoring pressure on. A lot of weird stuff still unseen. 2 U's, 2 H's, a J, but all good stuff as well. There's 2 S's from Robin's perspective and a bunch of other bingo tiles. So trying to go for a bingo here probably makes the most sense. A very interesting option to play MY or BY for 18 points rather than 27, making Met or Bet in the middle of the board. That would set up a really nice line for the B and the M, making Buy and My, which are the 2 highest scoring hooks for that Y. And with a lot of racks, Chris is not going to really have a great option to inhibit that spot. I do think it's a little bit transparent to do something like that, but it's definitely proactive, and simulation likes it. But BY here also a play that the engine likes. definitely makes the most sense. I think that's what I would do here. And back on to Chris, who's got almost a 10-minute advantage and an 18-point advantage. A tough situation, I think, for him. Nothing really stands out here. I don't know. You could score 27 with OH next to the GE and Neo gene. But that doesn't accomplish much. You're still going to be pretty behind if Robin does bingo. So we might see some attempt at defense, but I don't see what Chris can do that's defensive. So he's just going to take the points, keep applying that time pressure. And back to Robin, who still has some lines to work with on the board. She has redrawn a second Y and a second I. So now getting a little bit closer. See something like MIRY, MITY on the top right.
Well, I see that actually Chris might be the one to bingo next.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's a good rack. Does it fit
Carriers?
other than
I just he could play carriers if that's his one.
yeah. Is that his only spot though? Because if that's his only spot, Robin does have a bunch of plays that would block that. I think that's his only spot. So this is an important situation. But Robin's going to make a good play here of Yid,
Yeah.
which reopens the board. And
Indeed.
this makes a lot more sense than blocking with Mighty or Myri on the top. So
Goes,
Barriers is
yeah, goes well
sure to
with
come down. Or Scarier, actually, for 2 more points is better. And this is going to put Robin in a very bad situation. She's going to be down 100 points. And there's only going to be 2 tiles left in the bag. So even if she had a bingo here, which I don't think she does, she is still going to lose. Okay, so carriers for 72, which is a 2-point sacrifice. And Robin's going to have to not bingo here. Oh, she doesn't have a bingo, but even if she did, she would have to pass it up, is what I was going to trying to say. There's 2 tiles in the bag. I think she has to play off 2. And just hope she draws a bingo in 2 spots.
Interesting.
I really wonder. Maybe she could just drop the F, actually, at the top left for 20. And leave 1 tile in the bag. That actually might be better. But what can she draw?
Good question. So you would have to kind of start the word with an M, right? Oh, or with
Well,
I was looking at next to Yid, but she could also start with an E
yeah,
or
the
RE.
problem
RE.
here. Sorry, go ahead.
I just said RE also fits nicely on the left there.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you draw, let's say Robin draws an S, which she would love to see. She plays off the F. She'll draw remised in 1 spot, but that'll be her only playable bingo. And so, from Chris's perspective, unless there's something else being threatened, he'll try and block that area of the board. You kind of want to threaten things on the bottom as well. So using that T, but I don't think there's a way to do that if you just drop the F. So you might be looking for 9-letter words through the SL and the EU. Robin's got 6 minutes. She's got time to think about this. I wonder if she needs to go a little bit more desperate than the 1 tile play, but leaving the Fog of War definitely makes sense.
So I suppose she could play off FE on the top right for some points. Would a play like that have any possible double threats?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, this is very, very brain heavy position. You'd have to think about that. I'm trying to see DEIMR or what you could draw using that T. I don't really see it. But again, Robin's vision and her word knowledge is so good that in positions like these, she's gonna see stuff that actually works out for her. But with the time pressure, playing just that F, I think playing with the fact that Chris is not going to have perfect information, there might be something from his perspective, given a certain rack that he has to worry about. But again, the problem is, even if Robin hits remised, which she doesn't, Chris is up by so much, it feels like he's going to be able to score enough to win.
And he's playing immediately. Joys
Yes,
for a
he's
nice
playing Joys, and this blocks the T.
Mhm.
I'm not even sure what was threatened, but it scores so much, he's up by over 100. So this is probably just 100% to win.
They have a nice friendly back and forth. I wonder what was
yeah,
just said.
yeah, definitely. Oh, Robin has lined up Hederim, which is an invalid Hebrew plural. Hedarim is the valid plural, even though Heder is a word, it means the same thing as Cheder. The weird plural of this word changes the E, second E, to an A. So this is a word I've thought was valid before as well. And if it comes down 8,
Yeah,
9,
that-
11,
yeah.
14, 84, 93, 96, it's still not enough for Robin to win if Chris accepts it. So it's going to get challenged, of course, because it's
Right.
the last turn of the game. It's a free challenge. But yeah, very
Yeah,
unfortunate.
yeah. In another game situation with a bag not being empty, that would be a great try.
Yeah. Yeah, if I were Robin, I'd look into this situation where she played if and of if there was any hope to draw something, but I figure it's pretty hopeless. But yeah, it's unfortunate that lost turn earlier in the game seems to have left Robin just a tempo behind until carriers came down. So Mish coming down for 48. That is second best. You could have added the D to that word for 6 more points. That's not a word I knew. But a nice score. Back to Chris with terrible rack. Find a play with this, Brian.
Sulu.
Sulu.
Yeah.
All right,
Or
Sulu
Lulu.
for 4. Yeah,
Lulu
Lulu. There you
for
go.
6.
Lulu for 6. Yeah, I think Chris's best play is Lulu's for 12 to the S and
Oh,
first S and taxes.
good point.
But he's going to take this nice win against Robin and increase his tournament record to 7-0 in the last 7 games. Totally has her number. Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive record. Not expecting to see that, and that's why we have these awesome advanced stats. Yeah, Lulu's coming down. That is the best play. Robin to play out with EER. She has 15 for red. In that nice tucked away spot that Cooked set up. ERR and DEN.
I saw that.
It's all academic from here. We could turn on the overhead mic because they're already talking.
Yes, I don't know what, I just brain fart. Brain fart. Go to bed online.
Yeah, Robin knowing she messed up, challenging Taxus's.
Ta-da. All right.
Next round, I think we're going to feature.
Cooked red.
Yeah. I think we're going to feature Caleb Pittman. We haven't seen him yet. And have that matchup versus Max Panich.
Red.
We could also feature Chris Sykes and Morris.
Okay.
But I think we want to feature people we haven't seen yet.
Alrighty. Reglow.
Robin just talking through the endgame. She's got 1.5 minutes before she takes an overtime penalty. There we go. Best play of red.
14.
And this is going to be a 405, 463 loss for Robin. We can put that mic back on. We can leave it on.
I am rusty. Yeah, I saved NO. I figured, what the hell? I played plenty of bingos with the blind for
Yeah.
59.
Yeah. It didn't look like you were going to get a good lead and a good score without winning the blank.
Well, the Zen is a great scoring tile, but I didn't see anything else.
Right.
And the worst thing that could happen was not play it and pick the other blank. With the Zen, unplay, like
Thanks and I could have played it here.
Oh, right.
all those R's.
But you played this after.
I wasn't close to a bingo.
Oh.
Never close after. Did I even bingo? I didn't even. Oh yeah,
Yeah. You had some good body blows.
somewhat.
Body blows, like 40-point plays.
Yes,
and
I'm
so on.
aware of those. You do them to me all the time. Cooked, I wasn't sure. I saved ED. I figured with all the artists to come,
Oh,
this was a
But
nice set.
if Taxis is good, Cooked should be good too.
Cooked what?
Cooked.
Cooked it? I don't
Same
know what this
idea, right?
means. Did we look it up? You know why I was influenced? Because I'm thinking that they took away all the ridiculous plurals of already pluraled words, like R-O-U-X. So,
Defiant Gollum.
but I didn't, what?
Defiant Gollum.
My husband's proud that he saw reglow, even though he doesn't know what the word is. It's restoration of displaced bones or organs by pressure taxes.
The one here?
G.
Does it go neogeny with a Y?
What about it?
Neogeny.
Is there neogeny with a Y?
So,
I had just played Waltz saving NO,
Oh.
and I just figured, just go for it. It's 63 points, and I picked the other blank.
no,
But Quag killed me.
No neogeny.
no,
It's neoteny.
Yeah, neogeny.
Taxes.
no S hook either.
What?
No S hook for Neogene.
Yeah, I know.
Geological. Right.
I had both blanks, you had all the S's. I should have done better than this. Well, the game wouldn't have gone the same way it did. Because I probably would have played Waltz anyway.
Yeah, I did.
But you had played 6 tiles, so it would have been a different game. So I don't know if I would have gotten near G. But this, I should have challenged it. I'm just feeling really rusty. I like Cooked. I mean, there was really nothing else to do. Like Edos, like
It makes sense. It's setting up
D
stuff.
D E E O O K. Like that's my like, set up the R hooks. There's 6 R's to come, or 5 R's to come. So. Saved ED. Go for the S's. There were still 2 S's to come.
Yeah, Cooked is fine.
I tried.
Sure.
Reglow. I think I saved 2 O's.
Yeah, I think I just got a break with this.
No, you did, but it doesn't matter. I think I still probably would have won. I don't know. Well, I had to leave it open, obviously, but I didn't even come close to a bingo.
Mhm.
I played in the vid to start the game. Oh my god! I saved WZ to play that. Then I picked another V, and of course you had the A. Maybe I should have played twin. Maybe that was a mistake, but I would have saved VZ, which I didn't really want to do.
Genev and a WZ.
Yeah, that was my opening rack. And then the second rack was DINT VWZ. DITS VWN. So I could have played twin. I could have played just wit, or just not to give you the A hook. You had it to hear.
Have you
Obviously.
considered using your other hand to draw tiles?
No, and then it went really well,
Sounds
and then
terrible.
sank. I started the O's because I had colony without an S. Colonies, CE. So I saved Olio, and then I picked another O. So that was the beginning of the end, but I had to take the 45 points. There's no way I'm not taking it. But then Reglow saved 2 O's, but that's okay. I mean, I can live with that. But then I started picking the Y's.
Did you consider wool?
What?
Did you consider playing wool?
Well, yeah, I
instead?
did.
Yeah.
But then that blocks the T,
Yeah.
and I need to bingo at some point.
Yeah.
It blocks all the bingos off the T and the L, and
Right.
it was not a bingo board. Quag took care of everything almost, except for here, but I didn't have the vowels to go there.
Yeah.
So I had to leave it. And it would have saved GOER, which is not terrible. But then I picked a K and and a C. And
It's too bad you blocked Woogler.
which one?
Woogler.
Woogler? Reglowing is reglowing good. It should be.
Yeah.
All right.
Fun just to play.
Nice little post-mortem there between Robin and Chris. A lot of the things we talked about, Robin mentioned. She just, at the end of the day, she did draw poorly, but she knows that everything would have been different had she not challenged Taxuses. So, Brian, that was a fun game. Your guy won, I guess. Oh,
Sorry. Yeah, my guy won, and he dropped some. Sorry, he dropped some wonderful puns at the end of the game, just like I would expect.
yeah, you're a sucker for those puns, aren't you? So, we have round 4 coming at you soon. Before we bring that to you, thank you to all the viewers. We're closing in 100 viewers today, and 36 likes. Probably get some more likes. You guys can like the video, subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. Yeah, Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, bringing you the most live Scrabble action by far any channel. So huge thanks to them for sponsoring this and for running these events. Brian, what's your next Let's Play Scrabble event? Are you coming to Lake George?
Well, I will be seeing Mr. Greenway in a couple weeks in Galesburg, Illinois. I don't know
Ooh.
if that counts as Let's Play Scrabble, but seeing Josh Greenway, that's the real prize.
Yeah,
Lake George,
that is nice. Go ahead.
about Lake George, we'll see. I've never been there. You recommend it?
I do. It's a very quaint little town, good food, good pizza, good company, cheap hotel, great venue. Yeah, an awesome tournament. It's that's what it looks like. That's exactly what Lake George looks like. Wow, what a great
Oh wow. Just trees of 3 different colors.
Yeah, it's
They
just
alternate.
beautiful at that time of year. Yeah, like the trees are amazing. The water is beautiful. It tends to be pretty mild these days. I remember back in the day, even though Lake George was in the same period of time, same weekend, it was pretty cold. But last few years, it's actually been really nice. So it's a great tournament. Fully recommend. There's a huge donation from Bob Lynn. Guaranteed first prize in the WoW division of $1,500. Guaranteed first prize of $2,500 in the CSW division. And that is just the minimum. So it's great money to be earned as well. So yeah, fully recommended. The Galesburg tournament in 2 weeks. That is definitely the next stream on this channel. A partnership being created there. between Peter Schwartzman and Let's Play Scrabble, and I will be commentating that as well. So definitely cool tournament. If you're going to that, hopefully I'll see you on stream. Get to watch you
Oh,
play.
just want to apologize to all the viewers that I can't co-commentate. Unfortunately, you can't hear me get food caught in my throat uh, and cough on mic. I'm sorry, you'll be missing that. But maybe during a post-mortem, maybe I can uh, bring you that, those dulcet coughing tones.
Yeah, speaking of cough, those advanced stats.
Ooh. Ah,
No, those advanced
very
stats
good
from
segue.
my namesake. Just loving those, and there's so much more to come as well. Um, now that Let's Play Scrabble has access to the cross tables data, the world is our oyster. Whatever data sets you guys want to look at that are available, we can probably figure out how to code that into these streams. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what it looks like. I will be playing Lake George. I will be going, but it's going to be great to look at what they've been working on. So our next matchup, Caleb Pittman versus who? Max Panich. Of course, I can't even remember like 8 players' names. Super excited to watch Caleb play. I was able to watch him play in the previous iteration of Toronto Tile Slingers, an up-and-coming player, local Torontonian, making a name for himself, especially with his first round victory. Yeah, we could. We're gonna take a small break. We're gonna bring back the players and the stats and all that in just a moment, but don't go anywhere. We're just gonna set that up for you. Players will be ready back in just a bit.
Bye bye.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Toronto
Hi.
Tile Slingers. I'm Josh Sokol here with Brian Garnett. You're in Missouri, aren't you? You're asking where people are watching from.
Yep, I'm watching from St. Louis, Missouri, home of the St. Louis Chess Club. Got my signed chessboard back there. Just need to hang up a signed Scrabble board next to that. Um, had my chance this summer in St. Louis with the Word Cup. Big Nigel Richards starting off 18-0 and playing athleisure later on in the tournament. Yeah, I definitely missed a good opportunity to get a nice signature from him. Maybe could have asked for him to write athleisure in the notes somewhere.
That would be, yeah. I mean
Back to you,
that
Josh.
he would probably do that. Yeah, he would probably do that. Cool. Yeah, it was an awesome Word Cup in St. Louis this year. Really, really awesome to be able to play in your hometown. Love the chess, love everything that's going on in that town of yours. But we are bringing you these games live from Toronto, Canada, in the middle of Canada's biggest city. So really excited to see the next matchup. We're going to see Caleb Pittman versus Max Panich. They are getting ready, but before they're ready, let's talk about liking, subscribing, doing like Brian Garnett coming super friend of the channel. We've already got one new super friend this stream. Thanks again to Paul Avron. But that is the best way to support the endeavors, the streaming endeavors that are being pioneered by Let's Play Scrabble and others, just to bring you as much live Scrabble action as humanly possible. It's just so much fun to watch. Every game's different. Every position is unique. Brian, you got into Scrabble because of streams. Is that right?
Well, I got into tournament Scrabble through watching Scrabble on Twitch. Yes, indeed. So yes, everyone should be like me. Start by liking, subscribing, becoming a super friend to this channel. If you're not already playing Scrabble tournaments, please find one near you and come join our wonderful community. Looks like we're ready to start watching this game. Is that right?
Yeah, we're gonna bring you some stats. So let's take a look at Caleb Pitt 1270, but don't be fooled. That is just his current rating. He is definitely going to be pumping that rating up within the next months, even years. He's played 11 tournaments, but he just started playing like this year, pretty much. He's played at the Toronto Club for a bit. He's up and coming. Career record 70, 39, and 1.
Wow.
Pretty good career win percentage. Probably the best in the field, actually.
Yeah,
And
and
he
if I
won.
might say, hmm,
Look at that.
wow, 12-1 in Montreal. That's a great city out here.
Yeah, it was a brilliant, brilliant victory from him. I just kept looking back and being like, "Have you lost yet? Have you lost yet?" I think he lost maybe his final game or the game before his final game when he'd already wrapped things up. So yeah, huge, huge
Yeah.
success. They have never played in tournaments, Caleb and Max. So this will be their first journey together. Caleb did lose his last two games, but he won his first game, I think, against Ari Sinki. So
Wow,
he
nice.
told me he only wanted to win one game this tournament, then he'd be happy. But
But he's
Max,
still here?
yeah, he hasn't
Oh, that's
resigned. But
nice of him.
Max is 0-3. He's in last place right
Wow,
now, so gonna
what a
need this
shock.
win. So yeah,
Yeah.
very interesting. Yeah, have a nice bottle in frame here. Oh, Max has moved it. That's too bad. We love those bottles in the frame.
Yes, indeed.
Oh yeah, Caleb to go first. Let's see what he draws.
Caleb has the honor of having the Star Trek USS Enterprise in his background. Love to see that.
Oh wow, look at this.
Whoa, that's a draw.
So we like that early blank. We don't like the 6 consonants, but Caleb doesn't have to exchange here. He could just play GRR for 8.
Yeah.
He's decided to exchange 5, keep R blank. This is definitely a reasonable choice as well. Trying to bingo next turn. Doesn't need to constrict the board. I would have kept the T with that, just to make his chances of bingoing a little bit higher. Definitely a reasonable choice. As Kadi, without hesitation, coming down for max for 28. Looks like pretty much the only play other than QI. I wonder if QI was better though. ADEIV is actually somewhat good, I believe, and it's way more constricting like QI. I wonder if Max could have thought about that. And look at this. Oh my god.
What do we got? We
ANNOR
have
blank
two
blank.
blanks. I just noticed the second blank. Oh boy.
Good
That
luck finding your bingos here.
yeah, it's the problem with the blanks. It's kind of a blessing and a curse. The blessing is you have so many options, you can likely find a bingo, but the curse can be sometimes can be very difficult to find those. He put both blanks down and took them back.
I think he might have thought he had Sporan on his rack, SPORRAN. But yeah, it took, put the 2 blanks on the board. He's like, oh wait, maybe I'm not going to bingo, but of course he is going to bingo. So
Yeah.
bunch of 74-point options here. Non-arts looks like a very good one. There was one 75-point option, Iron Man, underlapping Kaji all the way, but this is definitely
Okay.
better. So
Are they in the
TS,
right
yep,
order?
they are,
Very good.
and that's a great start. Caleb got a 46-point lead, excuse me, and did not give Max an L. Would have made his pretty poor rack into a bingo rack of Ovarial. So now if you're Max, you're gonna need to get rid of that V, get rid of one of those O's probably, and keep the board a little open. So maybe like
Yeah, let's.
Ovine for the end of non-arts. What are you thinking?
Oh, I was just wondering who else out there has put both blanks on the board and then taken them back before reconsidering their play. Maybe we could do an
It's
informal
definitely
poll.
it's definitely a great thing to do psychologically. I don't think it was on purpose though.
No, of course not. Um,
Even if it
I'm
was, it would have been
seeing
awesome.
I'm seeing the equity play is to play Envoy through the end. Is that what you were saying? Oh, you were mentioning Ovine as well.
Yeah,
OI.
so between scoring 20, playing ENVOI through the first end in non-arts versus playing Ovine, feels like playing ENVOI is a little bit too risky opening that triple up. I'd rather play Ovine. Still opens the top middle triple, but not in such a dangerous situation where you can make two words at once. And it also creates some space to maybe bingo on that on the rows below the O. So I think that's probably what I would do here. I wouldn't be happy about it though.
Yeah, I suppose when you have a deficit like this, you don't want to create those easy scoring spots for your opponent. So
Yeah, that's
better
a good
to
point.
make a safer play, but one that could potentially keep the board open for comeback bingos. Yeah, I'm liking Ovine for that. Creating a lane on the third row.
Yeah.
Is
And
that
if you
you
don't
can
do
ask?
that, I mean, it
Probably
looks
not.
like Max is just trying to find a good play, which like that's basically what you spend most of your time doing on this turn is just looking for something good and not finding it.
Yeah, sorry. Ovine does take an S, so that would be good for opening. Okay, we have Vino, keeping three vowels and a consonant. What do you think about that? It's better to play that E. What do you think?
Yeah. This
We like
is an
E's, but
interesting choice. Definitely keeping the E is beneficial, even though you have those other vowels to go with it. But this doesn't open the left side of the board. I'm sort of a little bit worried
yeah, yeah, good point.
about the state of the board. But Fluid is coming down for
Quickly.
Caleb, which looks like a very good play. Um, so yeah, I
Seems
think
much
Vino
more fluid in
probably
putting down that play. Sorry. Go
no
ahead.
problem. I think Vino probably a little bit worse. Um, just for the board state. But I guess if you're Max, you don't necessarily feel like you need to open things so much. You are the overdog here. You should be able to navigate a closed board better than the guy sitting in front of you. So it does make sense to not give back such easy plays. But yeah, now Max has a pretty decent option of just playing oboe and EF. But he's going to be looking for an 8-letter word here, I think, for a little while. You have that N to play through, that L to play through, some new stuff on the board. But I like oboe and EF. What about you?
Yeah, that looks great. Um, Also opens up the board a bit more. Maybe not the best tiles to play through the O and the B, but with all the other benefits of this play, getting rid of those O's, the B, hitting that spot, I think we are indeed going to see that come down eventually.
Yeah, you could also keep the E again and play boot. Worth noting, you play
Yeah,
boot to the blank T in non-arts. This is the first E, so we're seeing a similar play. Brew, same score, similar leave. The problem with this is the likelihood of drawing another E, maybe even a third E, seems pretty high. It actually felt like the E was not a good tile to keep in this situation, given that it was the first E
yeah.
in the game. So we'll see.
Let's see what he draws. Oh,
Okay. He's drawn into Ratifes.
yeah, he has. That's nice.
He's
Yeah,
seen
I
it.
suppose I was thinking the R is a better floater to put out there than the O. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the benefits of Brew. It blows an R out there for words starting an R. There's already that R of non-arts open, but lots of words start an R, and that would have been possible before Brew.
Yeah.
So it definitely
Such as
has some
Radifes.
positional benefits, such as Ratifes. Yes, exactly. So back to Caleb
Okay.
with A C
Wow.
D I K N T. Really want to play off that K and score some points, but maybe you play drink through the R of non-arts. You don't want to play drink to set up an S hook because you are ahead and you don't have an S. But maybe drink makes sense here.
Yeah, good point.
Other options
Um,
available, play like DAK, just through the A in non-arts and keep a good leave. I think Hill was thinking about playing lack from the L in fluid.
yeah, but that's not a play you would be happy to make. Well, we see DICK come down and add. Um, well, that's for how much does this score?
22.
22. Okay.
Yeah, this makes sense. It keeps probably the best leave you can keep in the position A and T. That R in brew and that R in non-arts really increase the value of those letters, but it does set up an S hook in
Yeah.
ADDS, so that's the one
Okay.
negative. And
Yeah.
Max is just going to play Radifes. That's his only bingo. So he's right back in this game.
That's gotta
And
feel good.
wow,
Gotta be a
that
huge.
was not
Ooh.
the draw, Caleb. UUEW. Nowhere to play uwu, and it's not a valid word in this lexicon.
Yep. Number one, nowhere to play it. Number two, invalid, unfortunately.
So Caleb's placed Max on hold here.
Oh,
Radifes, given that Caleb's brand new to the game, he might have never seen this word before.
I was
But
coming.
he quickly just exchanges UUW. Interesting. He had 31 points on offer
Keeping two
with
U's
WA.
though, yeah. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, sorry to cut you off. WAE, yes, played alongside Radifes to the triple for 31 points, but keeping two U's would be the downside of that play.
Yeah. Engine prefers that play of WAE slightly, but we also have to think about the practical. And Caleb is going to struggle to do much with two U's on his next play. Leaving the board wide open like this and trying to rely on a nice draw is a great idea against someone as powerful as Max Panish. So I understand the rationale behind that play for sure. But Max is going to hammer that spot that would have been closed if WAE came down. So looking at playing text, that scores 49 points alongside the AFEE, and does a pretty good job at eliminating the counterplay in that area of the board. So yeah, great play, probably Max's best play. And he is in the driver's seat now after that turnaround with Radifes.
Yeah, it does
Back to
look
Caleb.
very difficult to fit a word alongside FEEX and ET. Seems very hard to form a word going down to that triple word score. So
Yeah, definitely not impossible. Something like RHO would be nice. But yeah, definitely a very defensive move and a very high scoring move for Max and a good leave. We see he's drawn EEHILRS. So back to Caleb, who has some decent tiles. There's no eye on the board for Tetanize. That would have been very nice to be able to play. He has a really cool play of often from the OF on the board, making
wow.
Fen and ATE, keeping the Z, but leaving very good tiles with it, keeping Zeta. Should be able to score with the Z after that play and keep himself in this game. If you don't do that, something like E's FEAZE from the FE is a good option to open the board a little bit and score points with Z. But yeah, nothing really stands out other than those two plays. You could just drop. What if you just dropped the Z for Fez, Brian?
Ooh. And then you keep. Oh, that's what he's going to do. Yeah, it's risky keeping these 6 1 point tiles. Is kind of really relying on a bingo in the near future.
Yeah, he's not drawing a blank.
Indeed, he's not getting 3 blanks this game. He gets an O. Ugh,
Yeah, we checked the tile distribution prior to this
very
game.
good.
The engine suggests that there is a 1 in 3 chance Caleb would draw a valid bingo on the next move. Question is, would he find those bingos? And how good are said bingos? Because they're not going to score so much on this board. So, often was the only play that simulation prefers over that play of Fez. And back to Max with EEHILRS. He is very close himself to a bingo, but
Yeah, I was going to ask if relisher is a word. It might be something I would try. Maybe not with
yeah,
score,
definitely
but
feels like relisher should be a word. Max not going to play that. He's going to play HE in the bottom right. He could also put the S on that word on the bottom left. Yeah. The S would score 13 extra points. And without a huge spot for the S, just the Vinos hook might have been worth considering that as well, with the
yeah,
lead that Max has.
yeah, I think I would have played that S for an extra, 13 points. Seems definitely worth it on average, and especially on this board, like you pointed out, and keeps up the scoring pressure.
Yeah.
I think I would have gone for that, but the S is certainly valuable to keep, of course.
Yeah, keeping the S definitely brings Max closer to a almost game-ending bingo, given that he's already ahead 70. That S, look how it's tilted on the rack. I wonder if
Is he
Caleb is
trying
able
to?
to see.
Is he
So
trying to
that's sort of
spite the
like
match?
basically like the 2 blanks on the board earlier. So Quito comes down. I was worried about this play because it now allows Max to bingo with his otherwise dead rack, but Quito makes perfect sense, keeping AENT, leaving the rest of the board open. But now Max to play and find one of his 2 bingos through the T that was just
Oh, through the
handed
T.
to him.
I was wondering if the L hook there would come into play here.
Yeah, that is the only hook on Taquito, I think, unless they added the S.
Yeah, I just double
But
checked, just the L.
Insulter is lined up on Max's rack, and I think that makes a lot more sense than taking 2 extra points with the anagram Lustrine, just because Lustrine opens a triple triple.
Yeah.
Insulter doesn't really open anything of note. So definitely worth sacrificing the 2 points here, as Max does.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to come back from, especially with Caleb's rack. Another rack of 5, 7 1-point tiles that doesn't bingo on this board. Yeah, tough one.
This is gonna feel good for Max being 0-3 and coming back so strongly in this game. He was looking um, earlier in this game. He was not looking too good, but what a strong comeback so far.
Yeah, let's see Max's draw. Okay, that's a pretty good draw. That one of those 2 remaining S's. He's got to feel pretty decently about that. And for Caleb, I think he knows what to do here. He needs to leave the board open. That L hook on Quito might come into play later if he leaves it open, but I really feel like the play he's looking at, I think Cent for 12 makes a lot of sense, creating a high scoring bingo possibility from that T, and scoring something in the process. This looks like a very proactive decision.
Also taking the best scoring spot away from Max.
Yeah. And Max has got a tough decision on his hands. He has a really cool option available to him to sort of handle the threat that was just opened up by Caleb. You can play the obscure 6-letter word guanai. Guanay through that N and sent, which he has
He's
found.
setting it up.
Oh my goodness. That is an
Very
amazing
good.
find. It's exactly what
Yeah.
he wants to do here. Does only score 20 points, but it's a fantastic way to play defense, play through some tiles, keep that S, that valuable S. Probably looking to see, are there lots of vowels left? Are there lots of I's left that could trouble me next turn? Only 3 I's left. So this looks like a pretty safe option to me. I don't really see anything that accomplishes as much as this. Play something through the R of Insulter as well, but it looks great.
It seems like they were talking about something with the clock still going, so I'm not sure what that was about, but
So Bonnet coming down. Yeah, maybe they were talking about the score. Yeah, great
it's
play.
just interesting with the clock still going. Assuming that, you know, that was correct. That we're seeing a correct projection of the clock. So where does this technology of the seeing seeing the clocks in real time, where does that, how do we achieve that here?
That is our friend Seth Lipkin's amazing app, Ulu, free app. You can buy it on any Apple store
For free.
for free. Yeah.
Buy it for free.
Mhm. But also, look at what Guanai just blocked. I mean, if I were Caleb and I saw this word tegmenta,
Whoa.
I would be very upset. But Guanay might even challenge it out of frustration. But none of that is happening. Gateman word in those letters doesn't fit.
Hopefully it doesn't see Tegmenta.
Yeah, sometimes ignorance is bliss, right?
Yes, indeed. I know that very well.
So highest scoring play available looks like am underneath the FLU of fluid, making oft, LA, and That's 29. Still leaves Caleb down over 100 points. But what's interesting now is the play of Vino is sort of coming into fruition long term, where now it's kind of hard to imagine the board dying, right? Like you'd have to play through the I of Vino to block that N and that R of non-arts that have been sitting there ever since the 14-point play early on. And so Caleb can sort of rest easy knowing that this board isn't going to die just yet. But one nice play through that Eye of Vino, and Max might take full control of this game. So very tough position for Caleb. Not really sure how I'd approach this. Maybe he just wants to bite the bullet himself. You can play Gamine through the Eye of Vino, set up access to that top middle triple, try and draw an S, maybe draw an ING. There's only one N from Caleb's perspective, so maybe AMINE as well is possible to set up that G. But Germ is the play. Doesn't do the things he wants to do. He doesn't have an S, but he's blocking a bingo lane. But he's keeping AENT. Old Faithful, right?
Well, yeah, but unfortunately, neither of those vowels parallel the G. The G is going to be tough to parallel on the right. Need an I or an O for that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not the sort of play you want to make with the deficit, but Caleb knows he needs to bingo soon. He's keeping the best letters he can think of. Back to Max with 3 I's. We did mention there were only 3 I's available in the unseen pool from Max's perspective. But he did draw 2 of them. There's one play he can make that gets rid of 2 I's and scores well. That is the very hard to spot Pinite through the T of scent, underlapping Guanai, making 4 two-letter words. And from Max's perspective, completely annihilating any threat from the T of scent. Still remains.
Yeah, that would indeed be an amazing find. Ooh,
And
I think we're about to see it.
we are. It's just
Wow.
beautiful to watch these top players.
Yeah, I can't
They
believe
know
this
what to
guy.
look for.
I can't believe this guy is 0-3. Uh, he's playing so well.
Yeah,
Just goes
yeah,
to show you the competition he's facing today. A lot
yeah.
of
Some of
great
the
top players in this room right now.
some huge behemoths. 5 of the 8 players have either won major tournaments or been rated over 2,000 in the past. But okay, not Pinite, but Pioneer. Okay, we thought he saw a Pinite, but this is a similar idea. It blocks the best floater, I guess, on the board.
Yeah, just a
Um,
4-point sacrifice for that purpose.
yeah. But definitely a great play. The
Yeah.
problem with this play, I guess, is it sets up spinier. You could actually fit a 7-letter word there, and it doesn't completely eliminate the T. Yeah, I should have seen that this was available and cautioned us from the commentator curse, right?
Oh man. I don't know if I've been um uh I don't know if I have implemented the commentator curse yet. Maybe that's my first time. Hopefully first time of many.
Okay, so
Okay.
the play from Caleb. Again, he could have put that T on there for 7 extra points.
Yeah.
Probably a better idea. You know, the T might help you. Your bingo chances. There aren't that many vowels left to draw. And you're trying to play from the T and cent at this point, I think. So definitely would have been better to tack that T on.
Yeah.
You do
He
see
does
Caleb
pick
drawing
up
2 more
consonants.
consonants.
Yes, indeed.
Back to Max with I, F, S, S, V, W, Y himself, well, sort of suffering from a lot of consonants. He spotted the nice Iwis, YWIS.
Yeah.
Plays with Spinier, plays with Vinos. Very good option.
He doesn't have to worry about S hooks coming from Caleb anymore. That's gotta be comforting with Vinos still available.
Yeah, it's definitely just cleanup time when you have both remaining S's on a board like this. When you're up by so much, Max pretty much locked into victory here, save for some miracle. Again, he could draw
You
4
wouldn't know it from
consonants.
you wouldn't know it from Caleb's face. He has a big smile on his face, having fun. He got his win today. He's feeling good. Just happy to play Scrabble.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of what to play here, I guess you could go for broke now. Because the word powter through the O in non-arts opens a triple. And if Max is saddled with very, very unplayable letters, could see a miraculous triple. But feels like that's not happening.
Yeah, I did not know that word. Well, I think um, we saw Max set up something very interesting on his rack earlier while he was waiting, I think. And I think now is a great opportunity to set up a 4-letter word and common 4-letter name as well in honor of the head commentator today and the person running this stream. He's so close. Just move that B over, put the S in that spot. Give a nice shout out to Josh Sokol, our head commentator, Axer Typo on Twitch, and Josh Greenway, the man behind the scenes of Let's Play Scrabble.
And Josh
And,
Call.
and Josh Koff, I'm sorry. Trying to set up that wonderful transition again that you made earlier. I still can't get over it.
Yeah, amazing. So, it's true. There's also Josh Castellano mentioned earlier. The reason we're seeing that nice sliding follow up of what was just played at the bottom of the screen, the reason we're seeing these scores updated, these unseen tiles updated, all thanks to Josh Castellano, wrote a very nice script that transfers the data from my Scrabble program all the way to you, viewer, in extremely fast speeds. So lots of Joshes are doing stuff for Scrabble. Love to see it. Max here down to 8 minutes. Doesn't have much to worry about. I think here if you play 4 tiles, the game is over. He's going to play Jobs, which is a better play than Josh, I think. Keeps better tiles and prevents annoying plays overlapping the J that open the board. Yeah, by doing this, he's ensuring there are only 6 tiles back in remaining in the bag, so there won't be any bingo bango action or bingo bango bunzo action
Thank you.
coming
Thank
soon,
you for
unless there's
using
an
the
extra
proper.
tile in the bag.
Whew. Yeah, what can you say when the game is 388 to 234? Sometimes you just have to, in Caleb's position, you just have to find your best plays and see the game to the end. Look forward to the next one.
Yeah. Still, Caleb can go for a bingo here if he plays Jot. It looks like that's what he's looking at. Scores 30 points, gets rid of that big scoring spot. An overhaul, not going to be available for Max. And so here, I guess I wonder what to do here with 4 tiles in the bag, given that there's 2 T's on opposite ends of the board now that many things play from, like treading would play in both spots. Possibly other stuff that I don't see. So I wonder if it's not correct to leave tiles in the bag. Maybe if you just play Vrow, Vrouw, you're just not letting Caleb fish for a bingo on the next move. Or maybe you want to block one of the T's. Play something like OH and OH for 20. There's no O to play OHO. It blocks the more open T on the board. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. You're up by enough that you can withstand anything. But it'd be interesting to see how Max handles this. Maybe OHO himself, leaving 2 tiles in the bag. But there's some value, Brian, in just emptying the bag immediately, not letting Caleb take one more turn to try and draw something.
Yeah, indeed. We usually don't want to empty the bag because that gives our opponent a better chance of going out first and collecting the tiles from your rack to add to their score. But There are exceptions, and one of those would be if you want to prevent your opponent from making a fishing play. So yes, indeed, he is putting down browse, so that empties the bag. But like you were saying, uh, Caleb does not have the option to just put
It,
one tile on the board and try to
it's
improve his draw
honestly
state.
such a baller move to do something like this. We learn when we're trying to improve at Scrabble, we're trying to think about the strategy. Um, never empty the bag. Make your opponent empty the bag. That's a very important concept for timing. If you get the last play in the Scrabble game, there is a 50% chance that you have one more total play than your opponents. But also, just getting the final play is such an important thing in close games. And just in general, mathematically speaking, having that tempo advantage can be difference between winning and losing. But knowing when to break these rules of thumb, that's what top players can show us. And in this position, I really like the decision of just saying, all right, you have it, you have it. I'm not going to leave you another chance to get something. Let's go into this end game. So I think a really great decision, a very, very educational position.
Yeah. So
Oops.
like we said, he doesn't need to worry about losing the game, so that makes the play of Rao easier. But potentially, if the score were closer, if a bingo from Caleb would win the game for Caleb, is that a situation where you might second guess the play? Oh, I think it's just me for the moment.
Sorry.
Um,
What was the question? Did you second guess a play?
oh, sorry. I was just wondering if the score were much closer, if a bingo from Caleb would win the game for him, would you second guess the play of Rao
Oh,
if you're Max
definitely.
in this position? Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it if a bingo would win the game.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got a buzz at my door. It wasn't for me. So Klopp comes
Well,
down for 16, keeping RING. That means there's a threat of Caleb playing out next turn, next to the GE of Germ at the very least. And Max can just play adhere 47, which I imagine he's going to do. But the best play, given that there's only one outplay for Caleb, is to play ear for 3
that's amazing.
from the E of Germ.
Wow.
It is 2 points better than playing it here, um, because it sets up heaved at the top left. It's very difficult to block and also adhere or hetera through that R. So Scrabble endgames
Wow.
are complicated.
Yeah. Sometimes a 3-point play is better than a 47-point play.
But we won't see it. Caleb ending the game with grin.
That's
And
okay.
what a great way to end the game. He was all smiles this game.
Yes.
296
Wonderful.
to 465 is the final. So both players moving to 1 and 3 after this game. We have some
And
matchups.
Max with a positive spread now. 1 and 3 with a positive
Yeah,
spread.
very nice. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Yeah, the worst is something wrong with my hand.
So this would be, so how much is this? 3637.
Is that good? Okay.
I
think I played it before.
All right. Sure.
And hope you get something that would fit there.
I'm sure there's some double with that, but I just didn't feel like looking too hard.
Yeah, and that's 300. So.
All right.
It's on a date for me, it's on a date for
What do we got? 465 to 296?
Yeah.
Is as you were saying, positive spread. That's a big victory, 169-point victory for Max Penich.
1 and 3. Hopefully
Some of the matchups for the next round: Morris Greenberg versus Robin, Ari Sinke versus Chris Sykes. I think that's the one we should watch. We haven't seen Ari yet today. The only behemoth, and only top player in the room we haven't seen. So I think that'll be our matchup as the tiles get squared. We're going to take another small break, I think, Brian. But I'm excited for this next matchup.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, that'll be my last game of the stream, sadly. But I've had a lot of fun so far, and can't wait for another great game on this wonderful channel. Make sure to like the video if you enjoy what you're seeing, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you really, really love the channel, you can be a fellow super friend, just like me, Chess Bunzo, in the chat.
Yeah, you are one of the first super friends on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. But yeah, we'll have some more action for you guys in just a moment. Can't wait for this matchup. Ari Sinke versus Chris Sykes. See you in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. welcome back, folks. It looks like I just zoomed into the frame there. Josh Ogle here with Brian Garnett. Brian, what's your favorite thing about Scrabble? Oh, muted.
Whoops. Well, it's a good thing because my head just exploded from that question. Yeah, I think the sound of that would have hurt a lot of eardrums out there. My favorite thing about Scrabble. Wow, Josh. Would you like to go first on that one?
It was
Hopefully, you
such
already
a,
have
it
an
was,
answer in mind.
yeah, it's an easy answer. Scoring a lot of points, is it not? Guess who scored a lot of points last
Ah,
round?
that's a good
Robin.
answer.
Robin. How much did she score? Woo!
Wow.
Jesus.
I have never scored 600 in a live game. I have scored 600 in a Scrabble Go game, which is Void Challenge. I'm not sure if that counts. But yeah, 609 today. What a great score.
That definitely counts. Yeah, we
All
also have
right.
some high spreads here, some scoring leaders. Morris averaging 463, Robin 459 after that 600, Ari 452. So those are the three leaders in scoring. I love these advanced stats. Oh my God, I could just talk about these all day. I could be a relisher of these stats. Got some ratings, we got some
Very nice.
standings. That was a very brief show that Ari is potentially going to hit 2,000 this tournament if he keeps it up. Very nice. So Ari's at 3-1. And he is going to be playing Chris Sykes, who's at 2-2. So this is a pretty important game. There's 3 games left total in this first day of the doubleheader event, Toronto Tile Slingers. So let's look at Ari's player card. Let's see what's up with him. 2002 is his current rating.
That's
He's
after
ranked,
the games played today.
maybe. He's ranked 43 in North America. He's played 160 tournaments. And okay, I really thought that Caleb's winning percentage was high. 67.7% is actually insane. That is
Right.
so high.
Yeah. What do you think your career win percentage is,
Nothing close
Mr.
to that. It's
Sokol?
close to like 60, 61%, I think, 62 maybe. Yeah, that's crazy. So he plays a lot of local
Average
events,
score.
but that's still ridiculous. Yeah, very high average score. He won Cambridge just 2 months ago, and I think there are 40 games between these two players, Ari and Chris. Let's see the head-to-heads. 18 and 22. So Chris definitely has the
418
advantage, but
to
that is
402. I'm sorry,
yeah, very
418 to
impressive.
402 average score for Chris Sykes in the matchup. Pretty close.
Yeah,
Should
definitely
be a
pretty
great match.
close.
If you've been watching this stream for a few hours so far today, you probably know who I'm rooting for. Sorry, Ari. Sinky,
All
I
right,
know
I'm
you'll get
rooting
the
for
apple.
Ari then. I'm rooting for
All right,
him.
fair.
Yeah.
He
He's my height
deserves.
sake, right? Ari, extremely tall. We're probably gonna have to adjust that camera to fit him in the screen, but they're ready to go. They're ready to roll. I think Chris is going first. Oh, Ari's
All
going
right.
first.
Oh
Is that
man,
correct? Oh,
he's
I thought I saw
shaking.
something different there. No,
Yeah,
Ari is
Ari's
going
throwing
first.
fives.
Okay, good. So yeah, Ari's first. First letter U. Yeah, we're adjusting that camera. B D E U I I Y. Okay, that's so great. I think here maybe I'd want to play buy, B-U-Y. I mean, I wouldn't want to play that, but not very many good options here. I think you do have to just keep the 2 eyes unless you play BD, B-I-D-I. Pretty rough start for Ari.
Yeah, if you play BD, you would have to keep EUY. Not very appetizing either.
Yeah, could also see an exchange. Maybe down to DE. I'm gonna run the simulation, see what the engine likes. But yeah, I think I would play BUI for 16. Hope I don't triplicate my eyes. It's a pretty defensive option. What about you?
Ooh. Yeah, sorry, what did you say you would go with? I think I would go with BUY here.
Yeah, that's also the engine choice. So definitely a turn you want to take some time on. Normally at this level, 1 minute is plenty for an opening play, but
Yeah.
in a situation where it just doesn't look like anything is good, that's where we see players taking some extra time. Consider for options. EUYED. That'd be nice if that was a valid word. And Chris is just going to sit there because he's hoping that Ari has an N to give him. For Paleocon,
Ah,
I think that might be the only 8-letter word available with those letters. There might be something else, but he just has to wait and see what happens. When there's no plays on the board, the most you can do is just think, okay, well, if my opponent exchanges, what do I do? Or if they give me this tile. You can't really think of specifics enough to really put enough thought into the position. And of course, the grueling 50 minutes to play a Scrabble game. And so it's definitely worth considering just taking a breather. So we do see an exchange. Yeah, according to the engine, just a few points worse to do that. Honestly, practically speaking, this is a great decision by Ari. Back to Chris, who is going to play Poco, which I
okay,
don't think
so
takes an S.
yeah, I just want to briefly mention that yeah, Paleocon indeed was the only 8. So I wonder if he was running through the options in his head. You're right that only an N would have given him an 8-letter word.
But yeah, this is a good play. There's a
So
bunch of options available. Played POO, could have played Paleo, the new 5-letter word. This is defensive. Definitely think it's a great decision by Chris Sykes. Again, I don't think EOCOS is valid. And Ari has
is
drawn 3 R's.
yeah, Poco does not have any hooks at all.
It's
Is door,
about the
okay.
best he can do.
Yeah,
DORR, I think, does what he wants to do. If he could
greatly.
play off 2 R's, he would do that and keep trade, but AERT is pretty good. It would suck to trade and then keep trade on your rack and score nothing, but this does a good job at reopening the board. And now 2 Bs. Come on, Ari.
That's 3 Bs he's
Aerial 8.
drawn.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is the 3rd B that we've seen. Oh my goodness. So we're looking at
So
Ace
okay.
or Oka in this position. Yes, Ace more defensive. Oka would have allowed words ending in E to still fit underneath. This makes sense. Keeps one of each vowel, scores well. There's really nothing to do on this board. You don't have the S hook for door. You don't have any scoring tiles. And 2 E draw. Okay, this is turning out to be a very interesting game. So back to
Ari
Ari here.
has beer bat. Wow,
Yeah,
what are the options here?
nothing good. I think he's just going to end up playing Ebb. EBB and RE for 16. RE Sinky. Yeah, not any good options here. You could go a little bit longer and play Rebbe, REBBE. But you could also play off BE somewhere and keep maybe slightly stronger leave of ABERT. But I think Ebb, the problem with Ebb is it just makes it so easy to underlap and score. So yeah, there's a lot of problems here to solve for Ari.
If he could see Chris's tiles, he would be more comfortable opening up a scoring spot. But I mean, what do you think? Chris just played AE, right? I mean, he played just an A and an E on his last turn. Would you be worried about opening a scoring spot?
Yeah, I'd be extremely worried about it. And yeah, the problem is if EBB comes down and Chris bingos underneath the RE, and Ari's left with very bad, like just airball bingo lanes on the board, unless he draws an S. Yeah, or an 8-letter word through one of the tiles that Chris would float out there if he does bingo. So ace signals very strong letters in reserve, and just making those letters like, yeah, making them more valuable by playing ebb and creating a nice bingo lane is so hard to stomach. In this particular case, Ari's not going to get hit that hard, but honestly, he is going to like get hit. Like Chris's tiles suck, but now that those B's are lined up, he can score something underneath them. So yeah, definitely a tough situation. Ari going for 7 extra points. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what I would have done in Ari's shoes. I would not have been happy either way. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, he plays long and does not get rewarded for that turnover.
Yeah, well, at least Chris is not going to have much on this turn other than maybe OE underneath the 2 Bs for 16. I don't think he wants to play longer with Olia and BO and EL because that would open a triple. I think you're just playing 2 more vowels here and hoping to draw a 7-letter word. But yeah, even in Chris's situation, the score is now tied. He probably feels like he's behind. But maybe you play a bit longer. I just don't really see where to play longer and not open anything huge. So maybe toe or OE in the same spot. Is what I'm thinking. Or TEE.
Drop the tile from the rack, no big deal. So he's set aside AE rather than OE.
Yeah, I wonder if he's. That's so weird. Why is he doing this? The O's clearly worse than the A here. There's nothing really specific that you can draw that really helps.
He must have some
Yeah, I
reason.
think this is just a clear brain fart from
Really?
Chris's perspective. He might have some thoughts behind this. I just don't really know what those would be. But anyways, he draws another 2 1-point tiles that don't really help. And Ari's stuck with 3 A's and 2 T's. So I guess most logical thing to do is to play data, DATA, making BAA and BET. I don't really see anything that even comes
So,
close to that.
Josh, what do you think about AE being a little more defensive when it comes to playing through the second E and Reb? And so if he had played OE, then potentially an S could go through or could hook onto the OE, a vertical play
Yeah,
through that
that's
second E.
definitely something that I was cycling through in my head. It just does not feel like that's nearly worth the sacrifice and leave value.
Hey,
Yeah, I really wonder. I'd like to ask Chris what that was about.
Josh, do you know what's great about that play that Ari just made?
Tell me.
Well, look at the picture hung up behind him. Does that help?
All right, say it. I don't know. I don't know a lot of Star Trek one-liners.
Oh, it's just Data is a beloved character from Star Trek: The Next Generation, and we have to keep in mind that there's only one Data out there. Um, Maybe other similar androids were created um, throughout Star Trek canon, but only one named Data. So you cannot put an S onto Data. There's only one Data.
And you guys are such nerds. Oops, sorry, my mic was still on. That's really cool. I didn't know about that character.
Yes, and as Let's Play Scrabble says in chat, it's important um, to the plot of the show that he is fully functional. And anyway, back to the game. Chris plays Outline, plays 6 tiles off.
Yeah, he's pretty much had enough of these 1-point tiles.
Yeah.
I wonder. I mean, this is a good play. There's also Audi in the same spot, maybe slightly less defensive. This looks good. I might have done Audi or Louis, but yeah, I totally understand just wanting to just throw things open like this at this point. But it is going to open the board a lot, but actually not help Ari. Very surprised. I mean, he needed an E for mention. No. What did he need? Was there any letter that he could have gotten there? But there's no bingo available.
Let me check that for you.
Manites, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
He could only hope for me.
So another frustrating position. You've drawn an M, so you should be able to score something, but you really can't. Like, what can you do with the M to score AM and OM for 20 and keep 2 N's? That doesn't make any sense. So I think Ari's about to make a really smart play. He's got an N in his hand. He's got 2 N's. He doesn't want both of them. He's looking to play off one of those N's. The best spot to do that might be to play Rend and NAE for 8. Guess the biggest issue with that, blocking the S hook on ERRS. But yeah, I mean, this is such a weird situation where it just feels like you have nothing decent.
Wow, it took me a while to find that Rend Nay play on the board. Yeah, certainly a unique board situation here and score situation. How many plays have been made? And it's 50 to 59.
Yep, it's turn number 9. So if we could have some quick math action there, Ari Sinki is averaging
I don't know.
8.5.
I'll take
Wait,
your
that's
word
not
for
how
it.
the math works. No. Ari Sinki is averaging 12.5 points, and Chris Sykes is averaging almost 15. Nam comes
Ooh.
down, which I don't like. I totally get not wanting to fish, but throwing that M out in space for potential high scoring 6-letter words feels a little bit too risky. Yeah, no I or A for exuviate, but this X bomb is going to come down with ease for Chris Sykes. Probably the first easy turn for either of these guys. Just pretty much doubling his score. And finally, we see a bingo rack for Ari, but he actually only has 1 bingo option here. And it's really hard to spot. I think he's going to see
Wow,
it,
let's
though.
see if
He's already seen it.
something in chat. He doesn't give chat
Wow.
a chance. What a great play. Great find.
Yeah, very, very nice. Just fits right in there. So this will propel Ari into a 40-point lead over Chris Sykes, who has that first blank. And he's close to a lot of high-scoring plays from that MI, which would use the
Yeah.
blank Mizens, Mizzle, but not quite there. And Ari's on the second blank.
All right, we're gonna see some. We're seeing some scoring now, and looks like we'll be seeing a lot more scoring in the next few turns.
Yeah, I mean, I had that nice close-up of Ari doing some paperwork on a score sheet. So for Chris Sykes here, you want to get rid of the V and the U. You want to get rid of the Z to maybe bingo soon. You can't do all of those at once. So we could see just Tiz, T-I-Z and ads for 37 if Chris is able to spot that hook on the AD. Sometimes evades us. We could just see something short like Gov for 14 from the Gnostic, keeping that very strong EITZ blank leave, which might lead to a bingo next turn or just a high scoring play. But yeah, nothing super clear here. So Gov coming down. Yeah, I like this.
That. Very patient play.
For Ari, he has the word Uring available. YIRRING is just no spot for it. But he can play the word YIRR, making race for 21. I think that's the play. There are 4 ends to draw for the ING combination. So given the scores being close, you're blocking a bingo lane. If something gets played to that R, you have the blank. And you'll hopefully be able to punish that. But it's, yeah, not a great position still for Ari. But he's got to feel pretty good with that blank in hand.
Yes, indeed. So this puts him at 170. Nice little lead. Meanwhile, what are Chris's options here? It was looking really good until he drew that W.
Yeah, people mentioning close to water Zooey. So one of the benefits of Gov was keeping the play of Tiz and ads alive. But now Chris has drawn a W, so Wiz and ads is even better. That's 43 points, almost cutting fully into that lead that Ari has. Again, he's got to see this hook of AD.
Yeah.
And also, I feel like you want to be looking for doubling that Z on one of those double letter scores and making a triple word score as well. So we mentioned that Mizzen or Mizzle were almost available for Chris. He still doesn't have anything from that MI. He does have Hatzer to the R, which scores a nice 72 points. Would you do that, or would you play Wiz?
Patzer, I think it's too self-descriptive, and it would upset me too much to put that down. Patzer being a slang for a bad chess player. I think for psychological reasons, I wouldn't be able to put that on the board. But I no, I definitely would play Wiz, assuming I find it here, and I'm happy that my good friend Chris Sykes found it. And put that on the board. It's 43 points, keeping the blank. and like you said, basically tying the score. I think he's in a pretty good position now.
Yeah, definitely.
Meanwhile,
What I would have done as well. No need to take all the points this turn. So likely that Chris is going to draw into a bingo, and look at that beautiful rack he has now. That's what happens when you keep the blank. You're patient.
Yeah.
And back to Ari, who does draw the ing, draws a second G, and of course, there's nowhere to put any of his ing words. So he's going to have to play my ring from the MI, which looks like far and away his best score and best play. And so he's going to take a nice lead. He's going to keep the blank again for another turn. And we might see a bingo trade. We might see another bad draw for Ari after my ring, putting Sykes in the driver's seat. I'll have to figure out 4 tiles that Ari draws here. Chris Sykes has some work to do.
does he? He must have some bingos available on this turn, yeah?
Yeah, but you have such a good rack. Sometimes with these racks, there's some amazing options available. The first thing that jumped to my mind was, can I play a disconnected 9-letter word through the T and the N on the top of the board? It flattens there, but I don't see a way to hit those 2 double word scores. That's like the long diagonal in chess. It's the long double words.
Yeah, I'm sure
But
Chris is a person who would be looking in that spot as well. He he has great word knowledge, knows a lot of long words.
yeah,
He would have no problem finding a play if it were to fit there.
indeed, there is nothing, but he can score 91. And again, it's
Nice.
just so hard to find all of the options here. But falsist plays underneath data, making DA, DAAL, DETS, and AE. So that is his highest score. It is a little bit dangerous, but he's not going to get anywhere near that score without playing on the 14 row, the second to bottom row. So I think falsist is the best play here. But he's taking time, which is what you need to do. You really need to sort through all of your options. If I were him, I'd look through that TN. I'd look maybe for a big play from the G or to the G in my ring, something underlapping whiz. If you can get like ETES, making ads with the E, that would be really nice. There's nothing there. Then maybe I'd end up looking underneath data to see, can I overlap all the way? So we'll see what Chris Sykes comes up with as Ari on Woogie Blank, which is not
Mm,
going to bingo, I don't think.
it almost has woogles, but yeah, Chris, fortunately for him, is up about at this point a little over 2 minutes on the clock still, even after deliberating on this play for a few minutes, thanks to his speedy turns earlier in the game. So, like you said, this is a great time to use your time. This situation, this could be a play that really makes the difference, swings the outcome, depending on what choice you make.
Yeah. And it's so hard because there are many options that would be possible. Normally, when you have a blank rack, there's so many options available to you. It's very important to sort of narrow your search. But because the board is open on many sides, on many fronts, there's so many options available potentially. And even under data, you could make uh, SA, making Boz and Beta, that sort of pattern of letters. There are other options than LS that are possible underneath those 2 words. So you'd be narrowing your search, but can't narrow it by so much. Where here we have the benefit of just seeing all the options available to us. But yeah, this is going to be a tough find for Chris for sure.
I believe in you, Chris. Find the 91-point play or close to it.
Oh,
Ooh. Ooh.
close. Okay. He's looking at falters. That doesn't fit. Where is he thinking of that? Lattice? Oh, is he thinking of playing BETT? Uh-oh. BETT, that is not a word.
But BATTBITTBOTT, right? Okay, he's
All
playing
right,
beer.
so sulfate for 77. That is a 14-point sacrifice, but definitely a lot less dangerous than playing underneath data. But yeah, the fact that Falsus would have opened 2 triple word scores definitely minimizes the lack of defense. So this is a blunder by Chris Sykes, leaving so many points on the table. But like I said, some of the hardest turns and Scrabbles when you have some of the best racks in Scrabble. And
So many
so
options.
few players, so few players can navigate through all of those options in enough time. So back to Ari, who dodged a little bit of a bullet. He's down 43, but he's got the final blank. And he's got an option. It's kind of hard to spot. Gooier to the ER looks pretty good opening the board, scoring some points. That ER is actually a pretty devastating scoring spot. Lots of plays can play there for 40, 50, 60 points. From Ari's perspective, Chris could have any one of those plays. So like to see Gooier come down. But looks like Ari's has GE in his hands. I don't think he's thinking of a play with these letters. I think he's just trying to sort through his options, and he has spotted Gooier. Very nice. Very nice find.
Yeah, nice. Maybe he just wanted to show the Scrabble fans that he found egg for the memes.
Maybe.
All
All
right,
right, Gooier 24. And a pretty good draw for Chris Sykes. And he has actually just gotten the second G on both sides of the board. He had a playable bingo through the first G of Myring, but he's going to take the more open G, or the more open part of the board. I guess both Gs are wide open to play
what's happening now?
Digamees.
Wow.
So that's a bingo bango for Chris Sykes. And
I know
yeah, I
he wants to
wonder,
go for fun though.
this does set up a lane starting in S. I guess that's the one difference, other than what it blocks. This blocks the O in Gooier. But yeah, that's an 82-point lead. However, Ari has 96 possible points on this turn. And it's not a
Is it?
triple. It's not a huge overlap. What are you thinking?
I was going to guess that it's in the spot that Chris could have played in earlier, below data.
Uh-oh. This is not a word. This is a base football team, is it not?
Is it not a word?
Seahawks
How is
is
that not a
not
word?
valid. All right, we're gonna have to see if Chris Sykes knows this to be invalid.
Wow.
I don't see him
Very,
saying hold.
it's very low probability.
Whoa.
He's drawing tiles.
That is 94. He had wackos through the O of Gooier. That was 96, but this is a huge swing in this game.
Yeah, Wow.
Oh, sorry. Is it
Shout out
a
to
hockey team? Did I say football?
no, no, it's football.
Oh, okay. Okay, good, good, good.
Shout out to Joseph Malik for finding that play of Wackos.
Wow. This is crazy. All
I
right.
would, I
Well,
mean, I yeah, I really can't fault Chris. I would not blink an eye at the word Seahawks, and it being so low probability, he may never have seen it on the board before,
yeah, no,
and I wouldn't know that it was a
definitely.
phony.
This is
I'm impressed you
definitely a
knew it was
good
a phony.
pony.
How did you know
I'm
it
just
was a phony? Have you seen it played before?
um well, I have the engine in front of me, but I think that I knew this was not a word. But no, this sort of word, the way you know that it's not valid is if it's been played before and it's not been a word. If
Right.
you've like analyzed a game, someone played it, wasn't challenged, and then you're like, wait, that's not a word. Or you think about it in a game and then check it afterwards, or you challenge it, or you get it challenged off. That's how you remember that this is not valid. For me, I just don't recognize it as a Scrabble word, and I think I would have knocked it off. But that's hindsight talking. That's with all the information in front of me. But yeah, what is a
Yeah.
Seahawk? Is that a real? Is that an actual real thing? Is the question. If you know it to be a real animal, then it makes it so much harder.
Yeah, it's pointed out in chat that also there are other football teams that are invalid. Bengals was one that surprised me to learn recently is not an actual word. Um, I'm not so surprised that 49ers is invalid in Scrabble. Um, I mean, especially with the numbers in there. Without the numbers, we probably need a hyphen. But Seahawks, I think, is, yes, the most surprising phony football team name.
Yeah, so I guess it is a word like it is two words. It's a Seahawk, like an osprey. It's also valid in the Collins lexicon. Yeah, maybe they should add this. So Ari knew it probably from Collins. Chris just looks like a word. So this game though now has taken an incredible turn. There are 10 tiles in the bag. Yep. Uh, Chris Sykes has one high scoring play available to him of ethene from the E in X. That is an incredibly hard word to spot. Um, and it's also not a great play timing wise, leaving 5 in the bag that allows Ari to play 3 or 4 um, during his turn and force Chris Sykes to empty the bag. But it is 39 and Sykes is down 12. So I think that you have to play ethene here and hope for a good draw. There's some threats on the board. UI is possible above the ing of miring. This just doesn't seem to get much done. It scores 36. It blocks some scoring plays. But the leave is just so hard to score with. So I think this was a miss by Chris Sykes, but it's going to be hard either way. Ari's about to play QI, I think. Ari's going to need a vowel draw.
Now back on Chris, who's now behind on the clock. He had a big time advantage earlier in the game, but
Yeah.
his
At least what he has here is partial knowledge. There are 6 tiles unseen, only 3 vowels and a Y. So
and
there's a decent chance
Ari,
Ari's in vowel trouble or in consonant trouble, whatever you want to call
yeah,
it.
in fact,
And with 6
100%
tiles in the
chance
back,
from
Chris
our.
is. What's that?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, from our perspective, he's in 100% consonant trouble.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. But Chris doesn't know this.
Of course.
Um, And so he's going to have the chance to make one more play, not emptying the bag. And it feels like something like Eon or Neon overlapping Sulfate to the left. Both seem like good options here. Now that the Q's gone, you don't really have to worry about that. That changes a lot in the position. And Neon coming down, but in a different spot underneath Seahawks, which is actually going to prove to be extremely annoying for Ari if Chris decides to hit his clock here. But there is a D available for and, a Y available for any, an A available for Anna, a T available for Ant. Just feels really risky, but Chris is behind here.
He picked it back up. Having second thoughts.
Yeah, I feel like if
See if
you
he
can
has
draw
to-
a 6-letter word from the E and X later, like next turn, you have decent chances. If you can draw a scoring tile, like keeping the O maybe for JO could be a thing. JO is definitely a threat making Jin 51 points. I think if Ari has that, Chris is in huge trouble. So definitely a tough situation. There are many, many things to consider. Lots of weird tiles unseen. And Neon coming down for 20. The engine doesn't hate this. But it likes playing tone in the same spot, one spot to the right, keeping that N. And not really sure exactly why, because you're keeping the E, I guess, to play 8. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, this is one of the top choices. Engine giving Chris a 1 in 5 chance of winning, but with this rack of Ari's, now he's got to be really worried about what's going on in that bottom row. He was probably all set to play Jin through the IN, DJINN. That would now empty the bag, leave him with 6 tiles, not take a very strong lead. So crazy stuff going on here, Brian. What are you thinking?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking this is gotta be an agonizing situation for Ari here. That all consonant rack, 2 tiles in the bag.
You
Jin
still have to play it.
scores quite well.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You still have to play Jin. That does take a Y though. Oh my goodness. So DJINN would set up a huge juicy Y hook.
Ah,
That would score massively for Chris. He has drawn that Y. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. Time is ticking down. Ari still has a lot of time though to think about things. Would you want to block? Do you think you have enough of a lead to play like bot, EHOT, through the HO, just to block that scoring spot that was opened up?
yeah, my eyes were drawn towards that spot as well.
And Chris is going to have perfect knowledge of what you have in the end game. Probably going to block DJINN, and you're only going to be up 30 Chris's turn. But it's hard to, yeah, actually, I honestly like this idea. Play Fought, just block the biggest threat, threaten yourself to play DJINN. You have other scoring spots available for the J through that O of Guir, for example. This is definitely a human approach to want to block.
do you
According
think
to
Chris
the
would be
engine,
thinking about
Fawn
that
and
potential?
Fought are the best plays. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering if you think Chris might be thinking about that potential Jin play and the fact that he has the Y to hook onto that.
Yeah, it's definitely something to think about for sure. Chris's perspective, Ari's letters plus a V and plus an O are unseen, so he's probably more worried about JO. Ari's going to draw VO, and I feel like if Chris can go out in 2 while blocking JO, he's going to potentially win this game. But how do you really do that? Chris has Guayul from the G admiring. If you play Tin for 5 to block Joe, it's really complicated. Ari has to block Guayul, then you can score with the Y. This requires a lot of analysis. Neither of these players is going to be able to figure this out.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here.
Ari with 5 minutes, Chris with 4 when it's his turn. Tough.
I'm going to enter these potential plays into the engine to see what's happening. Oh, I see the problem. Yeah, if Ari just draws the O after Fought, he's going to have Enfold for 42 from the E up top. He's going to go with Jin. The engine also says this wins 100%. I'm not entirely sure. I think in this scenario it's going to win. Ari's up 39. And there isn't really a good play for Chris Sykes. He can play Yule underneath the Neon play, making any, but that's going to come up short. Yeah, crazy situation. Insane game. It's gotten so complicated.
Wow, the engine's not even suggesting hooking the Y onto Jin.
Yeah,
It scores a lot.
it does score a lot, so I guess that's probably your best attempt. If AY comes down right now, or AYE, Chris will be in the lead. But Ari will hopefully have his tracking correct and know that Chris Sykes has 2 U's, can't really do much with that, and just make a couple of moves and outscore him. But it's actually really complicated. After AY and Ginny, Ari only has 5 wins according to the engine. And it's not really clear what's happening. But Chris Sykes is just not going to have much to do after all is said and done. Maybe AYE is a better attempt, but then your E is gone. Yeah, no, there are more winning moves after that. TYE. I'm just looking at the potentially most enterprising ideas here. Chris Sykes.
Nice word used there.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank
All
you.
part of the plan.
I knew it. I knew it.
TYE. It's just the problem is Luau doesn't go out anywhere. Man, crazy situation. But yeah, I mean, it's still anyone's game. We know that Ari's winning if he plays his cards right. And he has enough time to figure this out, but Chris Sykes does not.
Oh boy. Down to almost 1 minute. Definitely.
Yeah, he's tricky.
It's nerve-wracking when you see that digit disappear from your clock.
Yes, it is. All right, so this is what we wanted. This is the toughest play to meet for Ari. So he has 5 winning plays, one of which is Fought, the play he was already looking at the turn before. But now if he plays a Volt, which he would have maybe wanted to do in some cases just to get rid of the V, play Volt through the L and Sulfate, he's going to lose. None of the plays that he can make use his V, and the V is such a terrible tile to keep in an endgame. So it really feels like, if he plays Volt through the O, does that win the game? That sets up Fop next turn. That is a loss. If Ari plays, he's looking at Volt, which makes so much sense, through the O of Guir, setting up to go out with Fop next turn. That is going to lose the game to LEU, blocking Fop, Show, and EF. Holy crap. This is dangerous territory here for Ari. It makes so much sense to want to part with the V.
I'm on the edge of my seat here.
What happens if Chris blocks? LEU wins the game because UT scores super well in one spot on the board. So if Volt comes down, which it is, this is not a winning move.
Oh, less than 1 minute for Chris.
Needs to find, within 50 seconds, he needs to find the best way to block Fop and SHO. And then he needs to find his best outplay, which is probably even harder to find. He's got 30 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Come on, buddy.
He's got the right letters in hand, I think.
Yes, yes.
No, that is not it. EL and Locks is not a winning play.
It's so close.
So well, but it does not threaten to go out. And now Ari can do whatever he wants, I think, and it's going to be over.
Oh no.
But he just needs to go out with Flop.
Yeah.
He needed to block Flop and Fop at the same time. The only play that did that and scored well enough was LEU.
And it was just one spot over.
So Ari's not going out immediately. If I were him, I'd just be like, okay. But maybe he hasn't spotted this outplay of his, which would be very bizarre. He's thinking about playing of for 19, but all roads lead to Rome here. Chris Sykes is not going to be able to overcome this deficit now, since he cannot go out. So of gets played.
Time pressure on him as
Thou,
well. Okay.
Thou is the response. And Ari has only one spot for his P after this play.
Is that right?
He's got 1 minute and 20 to find it, but there's literally only one P spot.
I have not seen it yet.
It's still crazy. It's still crazy. He's looking. It's like, am I stuck with the P?
Where is it?
Thou was the play that Chris needed to find in the previous move. But LEU was the winning option for Chris, but Ari has 1 minute. He actually has...
It's right there. Yeah.
If he goes overtime, he loses. He's got 40 seconds to find one P spot. There's one single spot. He's got to put his...
There he is.
Okay, he's found it. He's found it. You just have to look at every single square. He was so close to being stuck with this letter, which I've never seen anyone be stuck with a P. And this is going to end extremely close once Ari neutralizes the clock, 428 to 424. But we need to make sure that both players have the right score. So we're going to listen to the overhead mic. Holy crap.
424, 424.
Yeah. We're ready. We're going to leave it at that. The stream knows.
What? They have it as a tie.
Is that good?
Seattle Seahawks.
Is that not for
What about Scrabble Seahawks?
They
Oh my
have
gosh.
the score as a
Where are
tie.
the Seattle Seahawks? Seahawks.
I know where they go.
They're going to agree to a tie.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. Somebody should make a list of sports teams that aren't good winners.
That must be why Ari was taking so long on his last play.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was good.
So Ari missing his outplay
I
of
totally
flop.
do. I have to go the opposite
You had
way.
wackos here.
Pardon?
You had wackos.
What?
I saw wackos.
Oh yeah, that's probably it's better. Yeah, it doubles two tiles. All I have to do to win is play this. All I have to do to win is play this. Right?
True.
And then
All I have to do to win this challenge your phone is. Is this good?
isn't that good?
Is this good?
Yeah, that's good. I'm pretty sure it's good.
Oh my goodness.
T-U-L-E. T-U-L-E.
Probably.
Or is it just loot?
I think so. I think so.
Tuel is good. It's a verb.
No, Tew?
Yeah, it's a verb. Like tueled and tueling are good too. All right.
I missed track that. No idea.
Tie. 424, 424.
I didn't know what you had. So I missed tracks. That's panicking. It's like I mean, I didn't have great tiles anyway. But some
Well, even if you mistrack, this was perfect because it blocked my flop. Right? So that works. But all I have to do to win is play this first. Because then
yeah, T-U-U. You know where to play 2-2.
yeah. All right.
Okay. There's so much to say here, Brian. We are gonna have to bid you farewell, but these players have agreed to a 424 to 424 tie. We are not intervening in these cases. The score is on the players, whether they have it correct or not. That was what I was worried about, given the hesitation that Ari was facing here. Not only did Ari miss his outplay, he also realized he had a way to win the game, even in the situation that was at hand. Wow, what an incredible swindle. What a back and forth game, Brian. Isn't this the best game you've ever called?
I would say so, yes. I guess I'll count it as a win for my boy Chris getting away with one there. I also, in the last tournament I played, got away with one. I got away with a tie when putting it into Quackle later revealed that I actually should have lost by 1 point. So Chris and I now have something in common. Ooh.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what play was misscored. We would have to look at both players' score sheets to figure that out. But we don't really want to make them realize that this has happened. Like, I feel like, again, we were talking about how ignorance is bliss. This is the perfect storm. If it was not a tie, the player losing would definitely want to recount. And just because the players had a 4-point inaccuracy, that is why they have not decided to recount the game. What an incredible end game. Holy moly. It really reminds me of the Mac versus Ian finals in 2024. Complete insanity.
Yeah. I wonder if we should keep track of the scores that they have from now on. If that's possible, then that
Wait,
Endgame would have
our
been.
producer just told them? Why would you do that?
Well, after they submitted.
Yeah, but why?
So,
That's
yeah.
for Ari.
I
Oh,
I
they
don't know
asked.
if I would want that information. Oh,
Wait,
they were going to recount.
What?
Yeah, we're hearing from our producer.
Yeah.
Oh, what is
Okay.
it, Ty? Is that
Conflicting
right?
information. The slip is in. The result is in. But what do you mean they were
Okay.
going to recount? They weren't going to recount. They agreed to a tie. But then they're like, was it a tie for real? Okay. Fair enough.
I see.
Oh, they were going to casually recount? I've never heard of that before.
All right.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Incredible
Well,
stuff.
if they wanted to know.
Yeah. Okay. So now they know everything. They know that Chris blew it. They know that Ari blew it back. And everything ended in peacefully, right? That's what we say in chess a lot.
Another thing we found out from the post-game discussion is that Chris immediately asked if Seahawks was valid, uh, showing that he was unsure, I suppose. He also saw immediately that Wackos was available. So maybe that is
I think
why
he checked
he
that.
didn't challenge Seahawks, because he knew Ari could have played another bingo.
No, he checked it. He checked the rack afterwards, I think.
Okay.
Anyways, wow. It's going to take a few minutes to recover from that one. In the meantime, Brian, I would like to thank you so much for being on for these 3 games, following the action with me. It's been a pleasure as always. And wow, what incredible games, right?
Yeah. I had a great time, especially ending it on that exciting game. Um, Thank you for having me. It's the first time I've done commentary with you, I believe. So that was a real treat. Thank you, everyone who watched. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yeah,
Make
thanks a lot,
sure
Brian.
to like.
Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure if you can to do what Brian has done and many others, at least 40 others have done, become a super friend on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. We really appreciate all the support. Every ounce of the money that is received from Super Friends goes right back into making sure these streams are as successful and amazing as they always have been and continue to be. So huge thanks to you again, Brian. We're going to go on break and we'll have a new co-commentator for you guys in just a few minutes. Peace out. See you soon. welcome back to round 6 of 7 of the first head of the doubleheader 2025 Toronto Tile Slingers. I am Josh Sokol. I got through that tongue twister with ease. Wow. Today, we were joined by Brian Garnett for the last 3 games. Here to call the last 2 is top expert David Spargo. How's it going, David?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here with my good buddy Josh, commentating, talking about Scrabble. I always love talking about Scrabble, so it's going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I got to move my head back so I don't look like a complete and utter giant in the wake of you here. Yeah, good to have you on. David, you've been playing Scrabble for a while now, but really you've only made it into the scene like as an expert a few years ago. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. It was December 10th, 2022 that I passed 1600. So I guess that's almost 3 years now. But yeah, haven't been here that long, but I'll be around here a lot longer.
Yeah, you've definitely made your mark in the community. So we can first set the context for this match. We wanted to show everybody in the room at least once. So in this penultimate round, we are going to be showing Dave Crook, the only player we haven't shown. Dave was not even supposed to be at the tournament, but he volunteered to make sure that the division was going to be large enough and even. So huge thanks to him. He is definitely by far the lowest rated player in the room, but he can take anybody on. I've had some really tough matchups against him actually, personally. So yeah, he's super excited. I think this is his first live streamed game, but we can show his player card. He's rated 959, played 228 tournaments, so a veteran. Just over 50% winning. And very nice 374 average score. So pretty just even player. I love to see how close all of those stats are, the wins and losses, the average score. He won most recently in Stratford, Ontario in 2018. And he plays a lot of events, especially local ones to Toronto. And we have seen Caleb's player card, and I don't know if these players have faced each other over the board. But yeah, Caleb 1270. This is his 12th tournament. Another brand new player, and had that amazing performance that you witnessed, David, in Montreal just back in May. So 0-1 is the career head-to-head. So this is going to be their second game. So yeah, super excited to bring you this matchup. Yeah, with David here to call things, and I think the players are ready. So we're gonna want to see Dave get off to a nice start here, right? Right, David?
Yes, absolutely. We're looking for a bingo every turn from each of these players. I think that's a pretty reasonable expectation. Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Hey, it is Scrabble. Anything is possible. You can see the most incredible game ever. Everybody that is playing tournament Scrabble regularly is capable of having incredibly fiery performances. So ARRUX, and I think it's already over for that prediction there. Nice
Yeah,
try.
Kind of tough to bingo with this rec unless you just play some kind of ridiculous phony, get a little creative, play it confidently, play it quickly, and you'd be surprised what you can get away with.
That's true. But barring that, I guess you could play REX, seems most reasonable here. Engine maybe slightly prefers EAUX, keep a little bit more of a bingo prone leave, but this is nice and defensive. 20 points, and look at Caleb's opening rack. That's a bingo rack.
Wow, yeah, hard to complain about that, Josh. I think what I would try to do here is maybe hook Rex, put the P on it, try to get a lot of points that way, or maybe there's a good overlap playing alongside the top of Rex. Another place I'd be looking.
Yeah, you can get 78. That is the highest you can score with the valid word here. Repasts for 78 on top of the REX. And that opens a little bit much, I would say, I guess, putting that S right above the double letter score leading to the triple. So if Dave were to have an H, he could hammer that spot. But none of these things are happening. We're not going to see Prex. This is definitely a missed hook, I think, by Caleb. He's going to play Pasters for 75, just 1 point less than playing it with Prex. But I don't really see an added benefit to this position. So we'll see if that Prex hook comes up later. Back to Dave, who's drawn quite well. Oh, is this a challenge?
I guess it is, yeah. Yeah, David is
Yeah, maybe
not going to be happy with how this goes.
Yeah, Pasters, obviously not like obvious that this is a word. But it's possible that Dave might have been mispronouncing this in his head. Pastors. That's not how you spell pastor, right? But yeah, this is gonna stay on the board. So a nice way to get an extra turn for Caleb Pittman. He probably wasn't 100% sure this was valid, if I had to guess, but yeah, it comes back good.
Yeah, that's the thing about some of these verbs that take an ER is it's easy to get mixed up about which verbs take an ER, which ones don't. There are plenty of verbs that don't take ER that really look like they should, and vice versa. So it's kind of easy to get confused on those. So it's in that respect, it's hard to blame Dave for challenging.
Yeah, and look at this post bingo draw for Caleb. 3 I's, 2 A's. It really feels like barely worth considering making a play here. Tafia from the T. Pretty much the only reasonable option I see. Guess you could play radii from the R. That kind of sets up your F. But I think we're likely to see an exchange here, right, David?
Yeah, I think exchanging is a perfectly sensible move. Although an exchange in this position might be kind of tough to stomach just because what it leaves open. You got the S in Pasters and also the E. The T and the R are also pretty good bingo lanes, and then there's a scoring spot right under the E if you get a high scoring consonant on that double letter and then play the triple word. That's going to be 40, 50 points potentially. And so we do see Tafia coming down here. I think this play makes a lot of sense. Probably the best play that, the best non-exchange play, probably just the best play, period.
Yeah, absolutely. This is certainly what I would have done, what I would have recommended, and I'm very happy to see this 5-letter word. It feels like a Scrabble word. It feels like a word you only learn through Scrabble. And yeah, it's really great to see how much progress Caleb has made and able to spot and play this word. So super happy to see that. Back to Dave, who still has that nice blank rack, but it's going to be hard to find a bingo here. You want to look through that S of Pasters, but you don't have a way to end in S. So something like queries, which you might spot through an S, making the blank a Q. That will not fit. There are some options here, though. And there's one insane option that we're almost certainly not going to see. Where Peria through the PE is a valid 9-letter word. What in the world is that?
That would be extremely impressive for anybody to play, let alone a 900 rated player just playing a crazy 9 like that. That would be pretty mind-boggling stuff.
Yeah, that actually might be the best play just because there are some bingos through the S in Pasters, but they will open some dangerous spots. So the best of which is probably Sugarier. He was close to having lined up on his rack, not quite. Maybe Quarier, which I didn't even know was a word. Really R. Pasters would be the top choice here, but yeah, it's going to be hard to find something like Sugarier. Ruralize also playable. Dave doesn't spot something soon. He's probably going to just go ahead and try to make a play, get rid of that duplicate R and that U, which he does.
doesn't look. Yep, that's not quite a bingo, but it's going to set himself. He's going to set himself up very well for bingoing next turn. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's the best leave he could have kept. Just draws one consonant. Feels like he's going to have some pretty good options on this board. Back to Caleb with Diilort. We did not get that open U to see if he would spot Utilidor. But he's going to have some decent overlaps of the PAS of Pasters. And he's going to go quickly with Roti instead of Loti.
I think this might be a slight inaccuracy. I would prefer to keep DIR as a leave than DIL, but still a perfectly good play. Yeah, no bingos, so want to play off some of these tiles, of course, and get some points in the process, and I think that this accomplishes that pretty well.
Yeah, I guess one consideration would be that R and Rex being open, so maybe keeping the L gives you slightly better chances of bingoing. But yeah, definitely want to keep an R over an L. Loti, a little bit less of a common word. Back to Dave, who actually only has one playable bingo here, and it's not easy to see. Making the blank an L. He's drawn a K, which is not the best bingo consonant, and a duplicated I. So he's probably looking to play off those two tiles. He's just gotten a nice spot to do so, making KIS and KI. That opens the board for him, sets up an S hook, but he could also just drop the K for 16, which he does. Or score even more. Yeah, this looks great. Off for 34.
Yeah, this is actually a tactic that I like to employ sometimes, even if I do see a bingo, and I have a blank, and it's going to score 60, 65 points, but then you have a scoring option that scores maybe like 35 points. I might sometimes favor actually foregoing the bingo to score well this turn and set up the blank for next turn, having a very high likelihood of bingoing. So it's an interesting tactic, which is sometimes correct. Yeah, it's one option.
Yeah, definitely. When people ask me, "Oh, when should I forego my bingo?" I say, probably not that often. But if you're going to pass up a bingo, scoring 30 plus and keeping a blank is basically what you need to do to justify that decision. Yeah, KA scoring 34, keeping some decent bingo tiles. Not much worse than playing Air-like, which would have blown the board open. You could have played it with ER or RE. Yeah, really not much to say about scoring 34 and keeping the blank. So back to Caleb, who's thinking about Hod, maybe with Dope and ER. I think that would be better than playing with AAH, opening that triple. And that looks like a pretty good option.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Yeah, Hod doesn't really give too much back. Like say David plays over that H and then goes to hit the double letter score on the left side. That's gonna score a lot, but it's also gonna give a lot of counterplay back. So it's not actually that that threatening or that troublesome for Caleb.
Yeah, definitely a good play. Yes, it does set up the C hook and the T hook, which they might be looking at. He might be just looking to play Feist and EH. He does have one pretty cool bingo available of Orifice. If he makes that blank, if he thinks to make that blank an O, that would play very nicely. But
it really doesn't fit with Chod. It's one spot too high.
Yeah, you'd have to play with KAE, but looks like FIE is the choice by Dave, just opting not to open that triple word score. CIR blank is a pretty strong leave, and 22 points. So back to Caleb, who has the lead. Got DIJLMOU. Had that F stayed open, he would have maybe made the same play he made earlier that we saw him on stream playing Fluid against Max Spanish. But instead, he's going to probably look to get rid of his J, Would you play Fuji here from the F and open that triple, David, or is there
I was
something else you're
literally
looking
just
at?
thinking that, Josh. Yeah, Fuji, it stores 30 and gets rid of the U and the J, which is quite enticing from the standpoint of just pure equity. But also that triple lane could get hit pretty hard, so it's might make one pause for a second and really think about how much that's going to give back. But I think personally I would play Fuji, but there very well might be it might be worth it to take the defense.
Yeah, and I wonder if Caleb is thinking about the last few moves that Dave made, specifically the move of Fur, felt pretty fishy. So I wonder if he's thinking back at that and wondering if Dave doesn't have a blank or another strong bingo rack and maybe not wanting to do this. But no fear. I think taking the 30 here, setting yourself up if Dave can't really hit that spot. It's one of the best things that Caleb can do here. We'll see if Dave's able to punish that. Doesn't have a bingo hitting that triple. So might just see a play like GHI. GI? That'd be pretty good. Or we might see the triple remain open and Caleb's gambit work out. But HIC instead probably is what's coming down.
I think another thing to consider when playing Fuji against Dave specifically is that this is maybe like the one thing that's harder about playing lower rated players and higher rated players is that it's easier to infer from play like Phi or Fur what kind of a leave the higher rated player is keeping. There's going to be less of a range of what their leave might be. It's going to be a much larger range with a lower rated player who might play something like Fur and not actually have a leave that's that great. It might just be okay. It might actually be a great leave. So there's a chance that with those two plays, Caleb opening something that is usually more risky might not actually be as risky as it seems.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, another point also when, as we see the second blank drawn by Dave Crook as quad, the best play for Caleb, I think, coming down pretty quickly. Another thing to consider is when you are playing somebody who is an underdog, giving them access to easy spots is also something you'd like to avoid, which Fuji didn't quite do. But yeah, lots of things to consider, and it is a lot less predictable. One of the things about playing grandmasters, top players, is their moves make sense. They follow some sort of pattern of moves that you watch enough Scrabble, you sort of understand what they're doing, even if you can't replicate it yourself. So yeah, it's definitely worth being a little bit wary about that. As we see, I think Dowager coming down, a very nice find. This is the ideal bingo, the only 81-point bingo, the highest scoring bingo in the position. Dave will just double check those blanks to make sure that's what he's playing. But yeah, a very nice find if indeed that word is Dowager. Yeah, if we can get that blank slip, maybe our producer isn't there at the moment.
Yeah, even if you do have both blanks, it can make things deceptively more difficult just because there are so many options when you're trying to bingo with two blanks that it can eat into a lot of your time trying to determine what is the best bingo. Yeah, there are just a lot of options to go through, and that in and of itself can be difficult sometimes.
Yeah, so really nice. Like I said earlier in the stream, when you have a rack that you know has so many possibilities in it, really trying to narrow your search is what makes the most sense. And narrowing the search here, like, okay, how do I put that W on the double letter score? How do I hit that double word score? That's what's going to maximize my my score. So great job by Dave. He didn't even take much time at all to find that. So he's in great shape now to try and mount a comeback against Caleb, who's up 26 and is considering playing Glitzy. That's a nice play, David. Is there something else you might want to do here? Maybe you want to keep the Z for later because you have that big spot for it next to the A of Dowager.
That's true. If he holds on to the Z and then draws one of the 4 remaining A's, that would be 60 plus points instead of maybe 30 or 40 points for just playing out. And he looks like he's going to pull the trigger on Glitzy. This is a perfectly good move. Yeah, I think I would play this myself here.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. There are some ways to score points elsewhere on the board, maybe worth considering, but this is definitely a great play. There's nothing wrong with it. And Caleb's got a 64-point lead after this. But Dave has drawn quite well. These 7 random tiles form 2 bingos.
Or 2, yes.
Yeah, is he going to be able to pull the trigger on one of these 2 bingos? One of them plays making MEH, the other one plays making FURL. But definitely a pretty somewhat high degree of difficulty find one of these. So we'll have to see what Dave comes up with. If he doesn't spot either of these options, meltons and loments, which both don't really seem like common English words, OM does nicely fit next to the A of Dowager in that spot we were just mentioning, making cow and MA. Nice 27-point score. Keeping pretty good bingo tiles. So definitely not easy finds on this turn for Dave, but he's got some decent options to choose from. You can't really go that wrong in a position like this.
I think one thing I would hate to see him do is to not bingo and then play the S in a place that doesn't get a much additional value than if he didn't play the S. But it looks like he's not going to do that. Maybe we'll play something like Molt.
Okay, so he's playing MO, so easier spot here. That is 19 points. And that takes away a pretty big scoring spot from Caleb. ABEEGM is his pull, so he's drawn AGEEE. But he's just gotten a nice little gift in the form of an overlap, which is playable on top of the MO. But very tough 5-letter word. We saw him find Tafia, but B-Gem is available. And first, it's lined up on his rack, but I think he's only looking at EME as a possibility rather than B-Gem. But it's so tantalizing, David. It's lined up on his rack. B-Gem is 43 points in the spot that Dave Crook just opened.
And it's pretty good defensively, because if he plays B-Gem, then the only way that Dave is going to bingo back is if he puts an A on top of the B, making A-B. And he doesn't have an A, but even if he did have an A, that's not easy to do a lot of the time.
Yeah, so curious to see what Caleb lands on. Definitely wants to get rid of the triplicated E's, ideally play 2 of them. The G is a problem as well. He spotted Beg, and that's a better option than EME for sure, making God an emo. Keeping AMEEs has similar benefits to what you mentioned. Very hard to overlap the B on top of it. And from Caleb's perspective, you don't necessarily want to dig too deep into this bag. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. No N has been played in this game yet. That is super weird to see. More than half of the game has gone by.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, it looks like he does play Beg, and yeah, that's not going to be quite as good as B-Gem, but it's also, yeah, it's going to be pretty defensive. This is still a good play.
Yeah, definitely a good way to continue to secure your bingo lead. So Caleb has overdrawn. He's drawn 4 tiles, I think. Why he gave us a little 4 towards the camera. And in this situation, given that he hasn't mixed his tiles, Dave gets to turn over 3 of the 4 that he drew and throw 1 back into the bag. Now, if our producer is there, he could tell us what that was, but not sure. Sure we'll get that information. But an overdraw, the most common infraction in a Scrabble game. It's totally fine. You're not going to get in trouble for it. Back to Dave, who's got a bingo deficit. So if he can find, oh, he's so close. He has 2 bingos available through the eye of Glitzy, one of which is a homophone of the word he has lined up in titles. You can spell that with an I. I'm not sure if Dave knows that, but if he doesn't know that, lintiest is definitely findable through that I as well. It's just such a weird spot to look in. You're not scoring anything. You'd rather play something with furl, hook an S onto dowager. So instead, we're going to see cat. So a nice fishing play. Dave unduplicating his T's and just trying to draw bingo next turn. I like this play, David.
I like it too, because even though it's not a bingo, it still works toward eventually playing a bingo. Like you said, he unduplicated the T's. He also sets up an additional 7 lane, maybe putting his S on cat to make a bingo there. So this still works toward getting a bingo, even if it's not a bingo itself.
Yeah, it's a very proactive decision. It's opening part of the board that isn't quite open for you yet. Back to Caleb, who spotted a beautiful 5-letter word of maneb, which fits with kata. Is that what he's thinking of doing?
This is great.
He's looking up in the ceiling. Is he trying to make sure he's not making this word up, or one of them? That would be amazing to see.
If he pulls the trigger on maneb, I think it's probably GG, because it scores a lot. Oh, and he's playing it. It scores a lot. It blocks the R. It blocks the bingo lane off of cat that Dave just created. It blocks a bingo in column N off of fur. Just really closes down the board and puts him up about 100 points. So I think this is Caleb's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, an amazing play for the board. Really all that's left for Dave Crook now is maybe hooking an S onto kata, making katas, but they're checking the scores. They're just making sure that they have things in order. What we have here, and it's important to note again that we might not have the same score that the players do. And that's totally okay. It's not about having the correct score. As long as the players agree on the score, that's what's important. But if Dave is to bingo, he's going to have to probably bingo hooking onto kata to make katas. And the problem with that is no matter what, that's going to open triple, 1 or 2 triples for Caleb Pittman. So with the deficit of almost 100 points, it's seeming harder and harder for Dave to come back. But we'll see. He's a resilient player. He knows how to reopen the board when he's down. And he's playing in, and that's a pretty keen play, setting up a lane starting an N that Caleb has to think about, keeping good letters. If Dave draws 2 vowels here, he might be primed to bingo next turn.
Yeah, I like this play a lot as well. Like you said, it opens up another lane. And it's a lane where Caleb can't block everything, which is known as forking the board. Because he can't play that blocks kata hook and the new N hook and potentially the top of the board as well. There are just too many spots to block all of them at the same time.
Yeah, now look at Caleb's rack. So we were hoping for Dave that he would draw 2 vowels, but Caleb's got 6 of 16 remaining vowels in the pool, and he's got just no good option here to make a play. You can't play Zoia, get rid of 3 of your vowels, because that sets up a humongously dangerous spot for Dave. You can hook that with an E, an L, or an S. So there's no chance that Zoya is worth doing here. And so if you don't play Zoya, you can score 20 points and play AA, Za, and Ya. That doesn't accomplish anything. We might see another exchange. But we're seeing Zoo instead. This is a great idea, David. Tell me why you like this play.
Yeah, it's really great for just board control. Makes it so it's harder to hit the hook off of Kata because now Zoo partially obstructs that lane. It gets rid of a couple of vowels, untriplicates the O's. I think a better version of this might have been to play Zoa, just because Zoa doesn't take any hooks and Zoo takes a few. So although Zoo does a pretty good job of blocking bingos in row 14, it doesn't completely block it.
Yeah, definitely agree on that front. Zoa may be a slightly better version of what Caleb knew he wanted to do, which is eliminate some possible threats on the board. The easiest lane is the one that Zoo inhibits. So still coming down from Dave. Unfortunately, he's decided to block the opening he's just made within, but in doing so, he's scoring some points and keeping some really good tiles. And Caleb, hoping for one of those L's somewhere else on the board, he spotted alopecia. Very nice find. I see this a lot, especially among like non-top experts. There's just this air of like, oh, I'm so close to this, I'm so close to that, which, it's great to see that these players are seeing how close they are to certain words. But at the same time, it feels like people get caught up in that a lot more at the lower levels of play. And like, they're just like, oh man, if only I had this one other letter, if only. But yeah, a great find by Caleb and just nowhere to put it. I think the best way of putting this is like, I like to look at the board and then look at my tiles. Most people look at their tiles and then look at the board. Sometimes you can be looking for words, find a bunch of words that you could possibly play depending on the board state. Then you look at the board state and you're like, oh, I guess there's nowhere to play this.
Yeah, finding the words is only half the battle. The other half of the battle being, do they play? And even if they do play, should you play them? So yeah, word finding is great, but it is only part of the equation.
Yeah, so Caleb with some nice improvement to his 4-vowel leave. Thinking of playing ape or apo, maybe on top of the IE of phi. That does block a possible lane, but from Caleb's perspective, there's actually no tile that fits above EH, I think. So it doesn't actually accomplish anything, but it does score some points. So I still like the idea behind Apo or Ape.
I think from a standpoint of board control, my objective at the moment would just be to block the I, which is the only realistic chance that Dave still has at bingoing, and he does do that, so I like this play.
Yeah, very nice. That is definitely a better option, a better version of playing with PEH and OI. Even though it scores less, that I just completely open in space is actually blocked nerviest. I wonder if Dave had spotted that. So yeah, really rough go of things, but a great strategic decision by Caleb. Seeing that P hook, we talked about it earlier. Were the players going to miss Prex after the first P was played? But in this case, it was extremely good to spot it and block that eye of Glitzy. So back to Dave with EENRSTV. Sun looks like it's setting a little bit, right, David?
Yeah, there's really not too many options left for Dave at this point. Maybe he plays off a couple tiles and draws something that hooks both Dowager and Zoo or something crazy like that. But I think a good idea for him might be to open up the top half of the board more. Maybe playing something like TEW off of the W and Hod, setting up his S for stew, just to give himself a fighting chance to play a bingo. I think, yeah, that would at least be good positionally.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thought. That's the part of the board that needs work. There's still some open space up there. It's just not accessible at the moment. So maybe something like ever as well to the ER would be really nice to set up sever, never. Seems not so easy to block either, given that if you do try to inhibit that spot, you might be giving some overlaps. You might be giving a tile to play through. You reach up to that top middle triple. Yeah, Dave spotting Venters, just nowhere to put it. I also like this interesting option of V for 12 through the E of Maneb. There appears to only be one hook left in the pool, and it's the S, but ever, like I said, a great option here. Don't like that V, but he's taken it back. This is a good idea, but instead we're going to see Rev. Oh, that's so unfortunate. They've had a very good idea of opening the board. Yeah, he probably didn't want any counterplay for Caleb Pittman on that triple, but yeah, he basically needed to do something like that to give himself a fighting chance. Now back to Caleb. He has the V and the C, normally clunky tiles, but in positions like these, they are your bread and butter, just to try and knock out all the remaining space on the board.
Yeah, if he plays something like potentially Vinca and AB on the top of the board, then that completely prevents Dave from trying to open that up for himself. It's not open right now, but it does prevent any future attempt.
Yeah, that's a good option for sure. That V and that C, just expanding on that thought. Neither of them make valid two-letter words, so if you're able to strategically place them, certain parts of the board just completely cuts off circulation. And I'd love to see something like Vinca. It's sort of a weird move because it opens a triple for almost nothing. Two triples actually, but it's such a great way to clamp down on the remaining space. You can play Vinca for 29, making Zune and MA. Problem with that, of course, is that you're setting up a huge triple lane on the bottom row, so you don't really want to do something like that.
Yeah, the points.
I'm curious to see what Caleb comes up with. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say the points would be tempting for sure, but in this position, it's not worth it. That's probably the only way that Dave might be able to get back in this game.
Yeah, indeed. And we see Dave has drawn a Y and another S, so he has those two remaining S's. As we see Vinnick come down, that is an amazing play by Caleb. Some great recognition. The possibility of a huge bingo on that second to bottom row pretty much eliminated after the move. But I think Dave's going to go ahead and play what he has lined up on his rack. Sentry fits with ELS. He just set that up for himself. One benefit of EL is it sets up that S. Maybe you can get a high scoring 6-letter word down to the triple and maybe get a bingo down to the letter that you put in that triple. So I think Dave's just going to be one turn too late, but I think the play of Sentry, bringing him within fighting distance, is going to give Caleb a little bit to think about. He pulls the trigger.
In this position, I might even like to see Dave just try some kind of ridiculous phony bingo that puts Caleb in the position that the only way to lose is by incorrectly challenging, and at least gain some spread that way, even if it doesn't quite give him a win.
Yeah, that is an interesting option for sure. And with double challenge, the rule that North American lexicons use, it really puts a ton of I wonder what's going on here. Ton of pressure on Caleb. So he's playing Cent. Okay. SCENT. Trying to set himself up desperately. I guess the problem with this play is it's so transparent. It scores very well, but Caleb's going to be able to just hit that triple. Doesn't even need to empty the bag. With 4 tiles in the bag, he has a clear target to block now. But yeah, maybe if Caleb was struggling, had some really, really bad tiles, this play could work out.
Turns out he almost has a playable bingo himself. He has the only 7 in his rack lined up there. He clearly sees it, but it just barely doesn't fit with the B on top of the board and beg. Dave did not give him the right tile that he needed to hook it on the bottom of the board. So unfortunately, this will remain unplayable.
Yeah, I guess from Caleb's perspective, he just has to be a little careful, as he's up by 80, 90 points. But if he does something silly, he can still misstep and cause himself to lose the game. Actually, I said earlier there was no hook remaining to that EH. I was wrong. I forgot about YEH. That's now a threat as well. So if Caleb isn't careful and empties the bag, it could be some huge bingo possible with YEH on the top that would come back for Dave Crook. So I wonder if Caleb's aware of that threat, or if he's going to empty the bag and hope that he's far enough ahead to withstand anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if he does empty the bag, it's probably pretty safe, just because of how specific a fit Dave needs to actually bingo on the top of the board with YEH. Y has to be in second, or the bingo won't fit. But a safer option might be to just play AE and TA on the bottom, doesn't empty the bag, and then he's up a bingo or a bit more. So I think that's probably the option I would go with.
Yeah, I'm actually looking ahead in the engine, and if Caleb plays innate, there is one threat, and that is Lysogen, Lysogen, which would come up just short for Dave Crook. It would score 91 points, but innate scoring enough with TE to outrun that by 4. So even in positions like these where it just feels so hard for anyone to bingo anywhere, sometimes that 1 in 50 or 60 or 100 chance is enough for you to sort of like freak out a bit. Because I feel like only a few players are able to really iterate through 11 tiles and make sure there are no threats. And then you also have to do the math. So yeah, it's a little bit scary, but this does guarantee the win for Caleb Pittman.
And even if supposedly Dave just does go out with Lysogen and loses by 4, that could still be a tie, as we saw in last game.
Yes, indeed. So there's so many little things, little details that you need to get right in a tournament Scrabble game, because in that 1 in however many times, that's what matters the most. It's that tiny little tweak, that tiny little difference maker. So yeah, love this game. Dave Crook now probably realizes it's over, but try to make a decent play in this endgame. Caleb has 6 tiles, Dave has 7. Got some decent options, but Yeah, it's very difficult to find a good one. He's very close. LYDED, one letter off of LYSED, which is the highest scoring play that Dave has available on top of the IE of Phi. But that's not the best endgame, apparently. D-mode? Wow. Yeah, the engine is saying D-mode through the E, M, O, and E on the board. It's the best endgame. That is probably only Nigel finding that.
Yeah, that is extremely hard to see. I mean, first even seeing that the play exists, and then second determining that it's actually the best out sequence.
Yeah. More reasonable is playing LYRES and keeping both Ds for ADD and DO next turn. But yeah, if you play both Ds now, you're guaranteeing yourself an outplay. Because Liars also fits to the right of Sill, making ELL. Dave is considering Rely, which fits on the bottom right, making ERN and BE probably is what he's looking at. But yeah, very interesting game. Yeah, we saw some very nice board control by both players. LYE. Okay. LYE is the play by Dave Crook. Scores a nice 25 points, but only leaves Dave with consonants.
Yeah, unfortunately, this does not actually set up Dave for an outplay on his next turn.
Yeah, one of the hardest things in Scrabble is the endgame. The endgame is just like chess. You have perfect information if you've done your tracking right. There is an optimal sequence of moves, but so hard to spot. Agio is the best play by Caleb Pittman. He's made the correct endgame play. He could have also played Unglitzy, which was only 1 point worse. And he has it for his final outplay. If he sees it, that would be an incredible sequence. But more likely, we're going to see NU go out somewhere else as Dave struggles to find a spot for his consonant. Best play is D-mode. Actually, the best play is Da. The best play is Da for 6 to the A and Dowager, blocking Unglitzy. Oh my goodness.
That'd be kind of wild for Dave to find Unglitzy, and then for him to think, oh, Caleb is definitely going to find it, I must block it.
Yeah, more likely than not, if Da comes down, it's just like, well, it's a spot to score 6 points with my D.
Perfectly reasonable option.
So we're gonna find out. We had I guess a marquee matchup available for you this round, but we wanted to show Dave, the only player we haven't featured on stream. If Morris Greenberg won his last game, he was going to be Gibsonized. He would have won the tournament with 1 round to go, clinched. But of course, the plot thickens. Like you said, Morris lost. So I think he is catchable. If we look at the records now, Sean Abbasi is 4-2. And he's going to have to win his game against Morris by like 200 points or so, but still catchable, I guess.
This is not a word.
Oh,
I know I've mentioned playing a phony at previous points in the game, but this is not the context I was imagining.
And wow, an actual cool endgame play of Begun. I didn't see that either. That's a cool find by Caleb. But yeah, DER is not a valid word. It's all academic though. Caleb Pittman takes this one 416 to 305. Let's listen to the players in the overhead mic.
Good game.
Yeah, that was,
Really interesting game.
that was really nice. Also getting the W on there.
Were you like aware of this game? Or?
I'm always so terrible with the double blanks, and you put that down like, instantly.
Yeah, that was my read at least. F maybe or F?
Okay, I'll write it up.
Yeah, sure.
Is there like an F in there or something? Yeah, I noticed that some. Well, the U was already.
It looks like you're going to be able to take on boards.
So yeah. Oh, we were the.
All right. Not a very eventful post-mortem, but yeah, nice win for Caleb. That'll put him at 2-4. So above his desired wins for this tournament. He told me he wanted to win at least one game. We are going to have a final game between Sean Abassi. Oh, you're small and I'm big again. Sean Abassi and Morris Greenberg. Given that Ari Sinke, who was a game and a half behind Morris, lost his game to Robin. Ari is the only, actually, Sean is the only player, that can catch up to Morris. And I think we heard from the producer, once the results are in, that Sean needs to win by 186, which is possible. Definitely possible. So we're going to see a rematch between Morris and Sean, I think, as the final game. But before then, David, we're going to take a short break. But yeah, let me know what you're expecting to see in this final game.
Well, it'd be cool if it were like that one Nationals with Nigel and David Gibson in the finals, where Nigel needed to win by 170 and he won by 177 to clinch first. Maybe something like that could happen here. And it's a 193-point game.
Yeah, that would be incredible. That would be so cool. And anything can happen. It is Scrabble. We saw a pretty one-sided game between Sean and Morris, but it was by far the highlight of the stream. So hoping for some more fireworks. We're going to take a short break and get this final game ready for you guys. Me and David will be calling things. Again, huge thanks to Let's Play Scrabble for this live stream. Before we engage in the final game, make sure to give this live stream a like if you haven't already. And we'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of Toronto Tile Slingers. This is a doubleheader tournament live from Midtown Toronto, downtown Toronto. We're going to bring you the final match. I'm here with David Spargo. David, you excited for this rematch?
I'm very excited for this rematch. Maybe we'll see a crazy comeback win to see who's the victor of this tournament. Hoping for a great game. Yeah, I'm excited for this.
Yeah, so we're gonna bring up some standings if we have them. We've already seen the two players that are about to show play this tournament, Sean Abbasi and Morris Greenberg, and the reason they're playing again, we can show you the standings once they're ready. But Morris is in the lead in the tournament right now at 5-1 plus 329 spread, and Sean, the only player left that can catch up, given that incredible high that we saw live on stream where the players had the scores wrong. Ari would be potentially able to catch Morris if he hadn't agreed on a draw against Chris Sykes. But yeah, the craziest game of the stream so far occurred between Morris and Sean, where all 8 triples were used. Saw some really cool 9-letter words. We have some head-to-head stats and some other stats that have been updated since the results are in. I think Morris still not in the lead on average score, given that Robin scored a 600 earlier in the tournament, but 447, extremely respectable. Ari at 444 average score. Robin still in the lead. So you take your victories where you got them, right? Still the high score of 609 for the tournament. Morris got a 555. It was actually a 556, but he was off by 1. 24 games have been played in this tournament. 19,600 points have been scored. And average score is the victor, winning by 90 points. That's pretty drastic. But yeah, we're ready for this, David. Fireworks is what we want. Sean needs to win by 187 to win the tournament. 186 would tie it.
It is doable. It could have happened.
Definitely. I think, and if someone's going to do it, it's the very, very exciting to watch Sean Abbasi, I think. So, yeah, their head-to-heads have been updated. Now Morris is, well, that can't be right. Yeah, they got the scores reversed there, but it's 1-1 now. So this is the rubber match between the two. Yeah, after that win by Morris. So, anyways, let's jump into the game. Really appreciate those advanced stats. Still tweaking them for Lake George. There's going to be so many stats. You guys will have no idea how many stats you're going to see. I can't wait to see them myself. I love stats. Morris also loves stats. He is, I think he has like a doctorate or something in some sort of statistical analysis. So, DUURR blank E. So those are 2 nice final tiles, David.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, maybe he could bingo here.
Yeah, for a second I thought maybe like Puda was the word less French only. Looks like there's no bingo here. Just exchange 3. Morris, incredibly confident. He's made this decision within 30 seconds. I would be looking for at least a minute for a bingo, but he's right. There is no playable bingo. Very, very impressive stuff by Morris Greenberg to start things off. Sean has 3 S's, and he's going to play right into Morris's hand with hasps, but this makes perfect sense. Got to get rid of 2 of those S's, score some points. I don't think there's anything else to do here, David.
Yeah, a common mistake to make is thinking that the more S's you have, the better. That's not necessarily true. If you have 2 S's, it actually makes it harder to bingo. than if you just have a single S. And if you have three S's, then your options are getting, it's not terrible, but it's also much worse than either keeping one or two S's. So it's not necessarily always the case that more is better when it comes to S's.
Yeah, definitely good analysis of the sitch, where Morris now has a very large amount of bingos to think about. Again, narrowing your search in positions like these when you have like some of the best tiles the world has ever seen. That's what you got to do. There's only one play on the board, not much to think about in terms of positioning. The highest score would be ×4 through the 2 double word scores. And déraciner is the choice. And I'm pronouncing that in a way you probably didn't expect.
I was not expecting that, Josh.
David.
Not at all.
But the one problem with this play is, gives back a big juicy X spot. Sean hammers it. So Sean has to win by almost 200 points. So far, not really looking super likely, but things are still early. Morris did get the first bingo. Sean has tied the game up. Still so much Scrabble to be played. Give it more straws.
Yeah, I mean, from this point on, maybe Morris just draws horribly, and Sean draws the bag, and it's still possible to get enough of a win to win the tournament.
So MO were two very good tiles to look at for Morris. That's very balanced. So he has DHMORTY. And I think first course of action for this particular game, if he's really trying to win the tournament, would be looking to maybe block that S of hasps. But he has so many points available to him with something like Homie or Myth next to the E of Déraciner. But man, those plays are scary. Opening a triple when you really just need to defend 200-point deficit that you don't actually have to win the tournament. I feel like I would not be able to pull the trigger on a play opening a triple here, David. Maybe Homie 2 spots up, HIONME.
Yeah, I agree that opening a triple would not be in Morris's best interest. But either blocking the E or blocking the S, those are probably the top 2 spots that he wants to block. And one thing about blocking the E that isn't really true about blocking the S is that he can score quite a few points while blocking the E if he plays something like Hoi, making HION and YE. Then he can block pretty effectively without sacrificing too many points by playing that instead of something like Myth. I think that is something I would do in this situation.
Yeah, and I guess it would probably be just unwise at this state of the game to try and block that S of hasps, which I'm sure Morris really wants to cover, because that S grants Sean access to the top of the board, the bottom of the board. But something like Dormy, DRMY, might be even better to the right of the I and E, making it impossible to open long-term. Oh my goodness.
Wow, this is
open that triple long-term. Literally no fear. I love it. I love it so much. This is like Nigel Peltier-esque. I honestly think that Homie for 3 less is still a better play, no matter the situation of how much you want to win or lose by. But whatever. You, Morris. We love to see it. KG coming down instantly. Sean could have thought about leaving that open, given that he needs to win by so much. Maybe both these guys are just trying to win the game. Maybe they don't want to complicate matters too much. Despite the very complicated situation they're in. And Morris has seen the second blank, and this already feels like over for
Morris
Sean's
has pushed the
chances of
tournament
winning
at
the
this
tournament.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's gonna win the tournament, but is he gonna win the game? Well, it's a lot of game to be played. Morris up 98 after the full-on aggression of these first moves. The opening exchange, double bingo, blowing the board open. Omi, now driblets. That blank is an L. 89 points, the highest score that Morris could have had. Back to Sean with ADGIOSY. What do you do here, David? Is it time to try and phony?
Well, I'm always going to say definitely to that question. You know, it's always at least the fun thing to do is to try to phony. So that's what I might do here. But if he actually wants to make a good play in the situation, I might go with Yod, making Oda and Dex at up in the upper left, scores solidly and keeps a decent bingo lead. Keeping the G isn't great, but also Yod just scores pretty well. I think that's what my first thought is.
Yeah, that looks like a great play to me. Doesn't really inhibit any of the space on the board. Keeps a potential for a bingo next turn. That G, of course, not a good tile, but you pair it with an N, or if you get some specific draws, definitely see an 8-letter word come down. What's interesting now is 7-letter words just totally impossible on this board. So I'm gonna look for those 8s going forward. Morris, another nice draw. He's got some balance on a 7-tile pull. He's got a pretty good option available to him through that M of Homie. AAMI scores quite well. But I guess wanting to play through the R of driblets is my first instinct here with my lead.
True.
I don't know.
Yeah, especially if Sean gets something ending or starting with D and hits one of the triple word scores, that would score a lot of points. And if it starts with D, then it would just blow the board. It would make the board that much more open. So that's something I would not want to see from Morris's point of view.
But yeah, the swag, honestly, the swag with which Morris is making these plays makes me think he is on fire. He knows what he's doing. He is not fazed at all by the situation. They're fixing the scores now. Hammy for 35 is bringing Morris, from our perspective, to 248 to 144. Sean Abassi with AGIINOS has drawn that N for ING. Nothing nice to go with it, but it was a really cool spot to drop his duplicate I, David.
Huh. I guess I don't see that right off the bat.
Just think about every single open square we were talking about earlier. Weird as it might look. You put the I between Dex and the E of driblets.
Ooh,
for 13
that's
points.
a nice spot.
And that might be Sean's best play here. But he's going to play Signoria, which is not a valid word
this.
in
Great.
in WoW. It is on hold.
If I had to guess, this is going to come off, but I love the attempt.
Yeah, I mean, it seems high probability enough. I wonder if this is valid. I don't think this is valid in Collins either. Let's see. Sean is drawing. I don't know if the play was released. I think it was definitely held. But yeah, this is a great idea. Try and give yourself some chance here. I'm gonna wait and see what Morris does before. Oh, it is a word in Collins. Wow.
Huh.
I've never seen this. yeah, very understandable mistake. Once again, Sean specializes in the international lexicon, so he is one to make certain lexical confusion mistakes in his games. And yeah, I do wonder if Morris is going to pull the trigger. I mean, this would be a hook onto Signori, but he is not. Morris is playing
Oh.
FETE.
Well
All
done by
right, so
Sean.
that's the third phony he's gotten away with on stream. Very
I
impressive
love to
stuff.
see it. I'm a fan now.
And he's drawn into Outland, which unfortunately does not have a spot on this board, but given himself a fighting chance to come back in this game. Something like Dula on the top left will sort of aid Sean in his attempts to come back here. Yeah,
that would very nicely open up the left side of the board.
And you know what, David? Like, it's not just this phony of Signoria. What about the S hook? That's also phony, but is that a valid word, Collins, as well? Like, is anybody going to be able to? Yeah, that is valid. The S hook, so that might come forth. I mean, we do know that 3 of the 4 S's are gone. Both blanks are gone, so there's only 1 more S left. But that's the only S hook on the board.
What I would love to see, Josh, is if Morris plays the S on Signoria, and then Sean challenges it off because he knows that Signoria isn't good. That would be great content.
That would be incredible. We'll see. Anything can happen, honestly. These two guys, so creative. They're so good at just putting their opponents in the most awkward positions. Morris now with CEILORU, he has a nice 48 point buffer, but nothing great in the position that I can see. Are you going to open the board? Are you going to block the D of Dula? Are you going to try and inhibit some more of the space? All of those letters in driblets that are open, BLET, those are kind of hard to deal with long term. Yeah, what are you thinking to do here if you're Morris, David?
Yeah, I'm thinking that there are so many spots open on this board that it seems kind of futile to try to close things down. And I might just try to groom my rack so I can get another bingo myself as quickly as I possibly can to just strengthen that lead.
Yeah, there's the possibility of playing something like Boucle, Boucle from the B in driblets, which in the game position is very dangerous, putting that C right above that double word score leading down to the second double word score. Double from that C could cause a lot of damage to Morris's chances. But the C on this board is not very good. C likes to be in the beginning of words, and 7-letter words with C are just not going to fit here. So Codex is a great idea to score something and block something. This blocks the D and Dula, the highest scoring spot on the board. We love to see it. I think this is the best play.
Yep, this makes a lot of sense. And then Joe and Jag comes down very quickly. This seems to unquestionably be the best play. Scores great and keeps a very strong bingo leave. So good on Sean for playing that quickly.
Look at that. Yeah, he has he's drawn an L. Oh, I thought he drew the S for a second because it was separate.
He does have initials.
But yeah, initials is going to fit from the I in driblets. Very well spotted, David. And Morris could block it. He has some reasonable options like Burlier from the B, but that not give back another spot for initials. So I really feel like Sean's about to bingo again. Morris was close to drawing a 6-letter word on top of the A of Signoria, but has failed in that quest. Unless he tries Lorrie, Lorrie. That'd be an interesting phony.
He also could try Lauer.
Flower. Oh my god. Wow.
Probably more plausible than if you put the second ER on there to make Lauer, which is one of those famous phonies that there's a video out there about it. Yeah, this is. It'd be cool if Morris might play that as a reference to that play. That would be fun to see that come down.
I mean, thinking about it a little bit, David, a lot of the phonies that top players play or top expert players play are phonies that other top experts have played, and the time that they're played again, it's because the other top expert can't remember where that word is coming from. If a word hits the board, our brains are so bad at differentiating whether it's a word or not. But Burlier is going to come down, no Lauerer, no Lauerer to be seen here. And if Sean had spotted initials from the I in driblets, certainly going to spot that he has it through the I of Burlier. But even better would be alienist through the E. That would score 68 rather than 59. Those are the only two bingos available, initials and alienist. But they would both put Sean a little bit in the lead here. So depending on what Morris draws, you might see the pendulum swing a little bit in Sean Abbasi's favor. He starts putting initials down, and he's like, maybe there's something better. We'll see if he's able to spot alienist. I think the harder anagram to spot between alienist and litanies. But yeah, initials is the choice here. So point sacrifice, but not opening up a huge triple like alienist would with that Q out, with that Z out. So definitely not a big mistake by Sean here. He takes a 12-point lead. Back to Morris. 5 vowels. Suddenly is a 100+ point lead.
Game.
Disappeared, yeah. You're right. It's really futile to try and block anything on this board.
Pretty much. Yeah, if I were Morris right now, I'd just be trying to turn over as many of these tiles as possible, score well in the process, hopefully, just to draw some good stuff and just to draw largely a new rack. Maybe
just doesn't appear to be a way to do that, right? You'd want to play 5-6 tiles. I just don't see a spot for that. Maybe just Loeb from the Ellen Burlier is the best Morris has got. There are only 9 vowels
Olio.
unseen.
You could play Olio with the Ellen Burlier.
Yeah, that's possible too. OLEO leaves a little bit more of a balance. I was just mentioning 9 vowels, 17 consonants. That's pretty heavy on the consonant side of things. So maybe it's okay to keep the three vowel combination. There are no I's to redraw, only one more O to redraw. I think I would go with Loeb here. I wouldn't be super happy about it though.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And this just shows how important it is to be aware of what's in the bag and to track tiles. Is that you can make adjustments like this when the distribution is very consonant heavy or vowel heavy. You might make very different plays depending on what the pool looks like from your point of view.
Yeah, extremely good point. There are some positions where it's so incredibly important. If there are tons of I's left mid-game and you have an I, it can just completely snowball if you don't get rid of that I, for example, and keep drawing more and more I's. Sometimes it's the difference between just making a play that gives you a great shot at winning and making a play that's slightly worse, just given the game scenario, that really, really backfires. So Loeb is what Morris is playing. Again, just he's playing so strong, making these moves with confidence, speed, decent speed. I'd love to see it. Back to Sean with WU. No D available for unwetted. you challenge that, David?
Yeah, I would challenge that on what is only an adjective, right?
I wonder. Oh no, HETE.
Oh, that's
Okay,
not
this
good.
is coming off.
Oh,
That is a Collins word. Okay, this is a 4. Yeah, Morris challenges it
okay,
off.
pretty much
Oh
immediately.
man. Oh, that's too bad. Such a good game too. Well, it's still a good game. Yeah, unfortunate stuff, but so what happens when you're in the North American lexicon shark cage? So that comes off the board. That did score more than wet on the. Isn't unwetted good, by the way?
I just looked it up and it actually is good. So I would have lost that challenge. But thankfully, Unwedded did not come down and I'm not playing. So low stakes for me.
I still had to defeat you, in this fake game while we were commentating. UIS for 24, the only move for Morris Greenberg, and back to Sean, who still has that terrible UW combination. He is now back in the position of someone who's fighting to come back in the game. But wet is probably going to come down now on the top right. I was about to mention. That scores a nice 24. Problem now, this board is getting tighter and tighter. If any play happens on the top right, a 6-letter word, such as loafer, which Morris is bound to see, it's going to look pretty hard to come back on Abasi. Something like that.
And even less ideal for him is that now that the Q is out, his U is even less valuable than it was before the Q came out. And he's keeping it with his play of wet, so it's not ideal. I mean, you definitely can't accomplish everything, like getting rid of your W-U combination and scoring decently here. I don't think there's a great way to do that. What is probably still, I think, what I would play scores pretty well, but yeah, kind of can't accomplish everything in that one turn, I don't think.
Yeah, definitely. Tough, but probably still the right call for Sean. But now Morris has a pretty nice opportunity to take a 40-plus point lead and keep an E on his rack. He plays loafer, but actually even better than loafer is Florai on the top right, making FA, using that F
That would
twice.
score quite well.
35 points. Morris is already up 10. And he's going to start thinking about some potential bad case scenarios. Yeah, with the Z specifically, I looked at quiz is not possible. There's no I left from the Q and QIS. But other than that, I guess there's not too much to worry about for Morris Greenberg here.
Yeah, I guess the real worst case scenario would be if Shen just plays ZA at the top right and then hits the triple word score and gets like 60 points or something. But yeah, besides that, I don't see really a whole lot of potential to do anything devastating.
Yeah, so Morris is going to do some diligence here. He does have to be a little bit careful. Sean has double his time. And at this point, on your time, doing some sort of paperwork of tracking Morris's mistracked or gotten to track some of the plays. He's going to start to get into the realm of time trouble. And that's another thing that can cause some distress and some mistakes to be made. Craziness to happen like we saw earlier between Ari Sinki and Christopher Sykes. So I imagine Morris isn't going to take too much longer. Yep. Now he's back to focusing on the game. But I'd like to see Loafer or Flora come down. I feel like it's just a home run there. You don't want Sean to be able to play a big thing there on that top right part of the board. And bingos are so unlikely at this stage. And if
the
a bingo
pacing with
does
Flora is
happen,
also- Nope, sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, and the pacing of Flora is also good. After that, Morris is going to have a very solid lead, and playing off 6 tiles is going to get to the end of the game more quickly than if he plays something like, I don't know, EF in the top right, making EWE and FER.
Yeah, that's true. But that play that you just mentioned, EF, the fact that AELOR is just so versatile might be enticing enough for Morris. Maybe even REF. I do like just the idea, like you said, the pacing, the scoring. I'm definitely playing in the top right if I'm Morris, but very well be that play that leaves slightly more workable tiles with 2 U's unseen, a V, a W, 3 N's, lots of consonants. Would be a little bit safer seeming for Morris. But for me, score is king here. I guess you're only sacrificing 2 or 5 points if you play ref. But yeah, something up there for sure, and Morris is going to have a hard time losing the game. Was mentioned Nertz is possible through the ER, but Morris is going to take care of that with ref. And yeah, Sean did spot it. He wants to show us that he spotted it. And we see the pain in Sean Abbasi's face there.
I too would be in pain if my Nerds play got taken away.
So what do you think of playing was and EW in the bottom right, opening that huge triple and just basically egging Morris on to play from the Z and opening a lane? The problem is if that happens, Morris is going to play VENA for like 65. But it could be something that Sean would consider. Morris does need specific tiles to super hit that spot that would open. But it might be the sort of type of aggression that's needed here for Sean.
I think so. I just don't really see any other way that Sean can get back in this. I mean, yeah, if you're looking at the C, like maybe trying to bingo from the C in Codex, probably not, because you can't start an 8-letter word with C there. That just barely wouldn't fit. Yeah, I just don't really see any way to win other than being super aggressive and trying something like was.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. There could be some sneaky way. There are no S's left. At this point in the game, if I'm Sean, I'm kind of just thinking, all right, do I have the last of any letter? And the only letter he has the last of is the Z and the W. So that sort of seems like a non-starter. But I'd be looking to try and set up a letter that Morris might not have. That would be the sort of play I'd be thinking about here. It just seems so hard to bingo if you don't get rid of the W or Z. He's going to play when. Similar idea to was, but that spot's going to get hammered. And with exactly 8 tiles in the bag, a 4-tile play after this 3-tile play is perfect for Morris to maintain his tempo and just set up a situation where he might even just be too far ahead to lose to a bingo. So Sean agonizing over this decision. It's such an ugly spot to be in. Totally understand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's probably not really a realistic scenario where he wins, even if he does try to be super aggressive. Because, yeah, plays like Vina come down and just block any attempt to open up the bottom of the board for bingoing. It's probably just going to come down to reducing spread at this point, if I had to guess.
Yeah, so Vina's coming down pretty much instantly. This is a hole-in-one play. Morris knows there are 5 tiles in the bag. He's only playing 4. So even if Sean had something here, it would not end the game instantly. So yeah, Sean still has the Z saddling him from being able to bingo. And I think this is it. It's all but over. If you play off 1 tile with Za for 11, maybe you're hitting something, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and it can get blocked. So yeah, very masterclass-esque game by Morris Greenberg, even though that one hiccup of letting Signoria stay on the board, he's managed to maintain a very high level of play throughout this game and keep the pressure going against Sean. Great to see that.
Agreed. This was some great play from Morris, and very solid play on both sides, honestly. And Morris did reclaim his turn, or loss of a challenge by challenging off HETE. So he did make up for it.
That's true. Yeah. Fool me once, shame on you, right?
Exactly.
So Biz coming down for 14. That's the best spot for the Z. No E for Morris to get Apolog
right
down. To fix that. Put down Vela instead of Vina. And it's the end game. So Sean's drawn the M. Morris has to just make sure his tracking is in order because he is only up 54. So if there is a threat Sean has, it must be stopped. So we know, I think, from our standpoint that Sean does not have a way to bingo out. Apparently, the best end game is to play GO, AG, and LO next to the AL of initials. Why? Because it sets up Hulao. And I don't really know what the follow-up is if Sean blocks that, but that's a little bit insane. Oh,
Yeah, very difficult.
Cupola is the other out. That's just insane.
Wow. Yeah, great out and 2 for sure. Yeah, I think
Go ahead.
I think Morris just has to be concerned about giving Sean the right letters to bingo out with a tournament, which he could very easily do that if he's not really careful.
Tournament? Yeah, how?
Yeah, he could just easily give it to him.
How would he give it a 10-letter? You're trolling.
I'm absolutely.
I mean, the NA on the bottom of the board. The NA on the bottom of the board, it's close. Naturement, almost. That could be a word. So yeah, it depends. Certain situations like these, we'll see players become very paranoid. They know that they're only losing to a bingo, and they know that they should potentially block something that they don't see. So you might see Morris just like play something through that sea of codex just to make sure there's nothing weird going on. He's got 2.5 minutes. I think he's safe no matter what he does. But that'll be a little bit difficult to be sure that you're good here.
Yeah, or just making sure that Sean doesn't have a 7 starting with E for buys on the right side of the board.
Yeah, that did set up an E hook. Sean does have Ferment. I think he has it lined up, making buys. That's pretty cool.
Ooh, yeah, that's a nice fit.
And I think that's part of why Go is such a good play, because the block the block Pulau, which the word that Morris actually just played, that is his 6th best play, 9-point mistake. It's all academic. But to block that, Sean has to score a lot less than 31, which is what Ferment scores right now. And he's going to play Natrument just to
I love
see
the effort.
if it's valid. We
One
love it.
last gas at the win. Got to go for the win. I completely support this play.
I thought Naturement was a little bit better of a try, but yeah, you're desperate. Morris, yeah, he's nodding his head as if he knew for sure that that wasn't a word. Yeah.
Although,
gotta try
If
something.
you're looking at that from Morris's perspective, your heart's got to skip a beat when you see the bingo coming down, and you're not really sure what exactly is that your opponent is playing yet.
Yeah, that's true. It's the one little moral victory, right? But a go comes down for 10. That is Morris's best outplay. He wins the game 485 to 392, an almost perfect tournament for him. Gonna clinch victory with this. Let's listen to the overhead mic here.
485.
45, 392.
Well done. Okay, congratulations. Yeah, I screwed up a couple of things. I mean, obviously, but after I played Initials, I realized maybe I should have played Alienist.
Oh yeah,
It's more points. And, I mean, it's the A right here, which probably gets me hit back pretty hard, but still.
I mean, you're down.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I'm trying to. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I knew Signoria was funny. God damn it. I was like, I held them like, it looks kind of weird, but
It must be Collins because
it's a Collins.
Is it Signoria or Signora or something like that?
Signoria, yeah, it's a Collin. Yeah.
I don't know which of those variants are which dictionaries are those. Oh yeah, HUTE is good in Collins too. So okay, this is explaining where I'm getting this nonsense from.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Okay.
If you hadn't played Ref, I had Nerds for 68.
Yeah, I was considering Loafer and F as well.
Yeah. I mean, naturally, you're gonna have to do something like this. But yeah.
So 485
That's
to
right,
392.
What's that?
485 to 392, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So with that victory, Morris Greenberg winning this Toronto Tile Slingers event, 7-game event. Sean falling right out of the second place spot to third place. But a great showing for him for sure. There were 5 players higher rated than him in the event, so he's got to be happy with that. And Morris winning his first tournament since New Orleans. Is that possible? Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Well done to Morris. Had a great tournament, 6-1, nearly undefeated. Yeah. Well done.
Yeah. Love to see some of those decisions. He really did a great job of securing his lead once challenging off that phony that Collins only 4-letter word. So yeah, congratulations to Morris Greenberg. We're gonna put the scores in. We're gonna get the final standings updated for you. But before then, just wanted to say it's been a pleasure. It's always such a pleasure to commentate these fun little events that take so much work behind the scenes to put together. I might be tired. I might have like a hoarse throat at this point, but I'm just here putting games into Quackle, just updating the scores, talking. That's the easy stuff. So I mean, been so amazing to see how much has been done for promotion of live Scrabble online, right, David?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's come so far in the past few years with Twitch and the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Yeah, so much great content out there. It's pretty great. Just everything that everybody who's putting stuff out there. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of good stuff to watch.
Yeah, and you yourself, you've dabbled in streaming, but more importantly, what you're doing right now for the game, you have a club that you co-host in Burlington, Vermont. Is that right?
I do, yeah. I started that in February 2023. So that's about 2.5, 3 years that's been going on now. And yeah, it's great to just get as many people involved in the game as possible. Feels real good when you just take somebody off the street and put them in tournaments at some point. Done that with a few players there, a number of whom are going to Lake George. So the Burlington Club is going to have a strong showing there. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I love teaching as well as playing, and it's a lot of fun and it's pretty rewarding.
Yeah, that's amazing to hear about the Burlington cohort. Yeah, it's not far at all from where you're located. So, speaking of Scrabble clubs, you've done something pretty cool for clubs in North America and beyond. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so since the beginning of this year, I've been working on the Scrabble Club leaderboard software, which is a way for directors in club statisticians to just have a very easy way to use a graphical user interface or a GUI to just input club stats or input games into the program and have it spit out a whole bunch of different stats. And it also comes with it uses a ELO rating system, so you can do ratings as well. You can automatically export everything to Google Sheets and make it very easily accessible to anybody in the club and anybody who wants to look on. So it has a lot of really cool features, and yeah, I'm hoping that it becomes mainstream and I can kind of standardize how Scrabble clubs do stats in North America and wherever else. So it's kind of my long-term goal with this project.
And honestly, for me, it's so important. I think many people can agree that we had just some sort of database for clubs, just something that was like just streamlined for everyone, where you can just go and find a bunch of stats all at once. Like that is so much better than having just these individual club directors do all the work and have their own systems in place. So I love that you're doing this for the community, and I hope that more club directors look into it. And there's a free version, there's a paid version. Definitely, I wholeheartedly recommend just paying for the paid version. It's just such a good system, I think.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that and helping me promote my software. Yeah, it means a lot to me, and yeah, it's important to me to just see the game grow and see clubs grow. And one thing I want to use with all the data that people put into this thing is I want to have kind of competitions where like 1 month can see like which club gets the most new members. Maybe they get a month a premium free for that, or like who gets the most games played in a month, or stuff like that. And can kind of have fun little cross club competitions like that. So that'd be another cool thing to get together, and just another thing to grow the game.
Yeah, no, that sounds really cool as well. Yeah, do you know how many clubs right now are using your software?
I believe it's just my club and the Milwaukee club. So just two of us at the moment. There are some others that are considering adopting it at some point, but yeah, for now it hasn't gained too much traction, which hopefully that changes in the future.
yeah, I mean, for the Montreal club, I don't hold the reins, but I definitely endorse your product and the Elo system. I feel like if it's similar to the one we use in Montreal, I'd be happy with it. I like my 2800 rating.
Yeah, I'm sure you could you get a 2800 rating in my system as well as Montreal system. So no downside to that there.
Yeah, cool, awesome. So they're still working on getting the final scores in, so we can show you the final standings. But oh, we see Josh Koff in the YouTube chat saying he'd like to talk to you. All right, cool. You're getting some people interested. But seriously, is there any way we can contact you for this service? You can plug your maybe email something into the YouTube chat or something.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on Facebook, so you can contact me there. Or my email is just spargod@gmail.com. So feel free to shoot me an email and ask about it. Also, there's also a Facebook group dedicated to answering like any questions about the software, like getting support and whatnot. It's just called the Scrabble Club Leaderboard Facebook group. So that's another option for reaching out.
Awesome. Yeah, it's so great. We have a community just filled with people that, everyone has their own projects, but the fact that so many people are doing such nice things for the community, really, as long as we can just work together, get everything going together. I mean, we're all just trying to grow the game here. So
including you. You're clearly a big part of that with all the streaming that you've been doing, and with Twitch, and also running your Mun dailies on Woogles. That's been going for a long time now, right?
Oh yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm having fun doing still. Mun daily tournament, it's been 116 different ones, so we've passed the 2-year mark on this tournament that I run online every Monday. So that's a fun time if you want to play some fast Scrabble for sure. Honestly, I'm so happy to see I started streaming in 2020. So happy to see how far we've come. Definitely don't have a huge Twitch presence, but for YouTube, I mean, there's so much stuff going on. It's really beautiful to see. Let's Play Scrabble streams, Will Anderson, Mac Meller, like all these content creators are putting in so much work. I'm trying to do my part. It was so much fun to commentate the Nationals this year. And hopefully I can do more of that sort of thing too. But yeah, we can, I think we have the final standings, the final game of this tournament, 465 to 464. Is that real? Versus Max Panich.
Wow, 1-point game. Jeez.
Holy
that's
mackerel.
intense.
Well, that actually knocks Sean Abassi out of third. I spoke too soon. So Robin coming back, finishing it with 4 and 3. Chris Sykes also coming back, finishing in second place. Dave Crook winning his final game against Caleb. So both of them finishing at 2 and 5. At Max, not having the greatest tournament. Ari neither. Ari coming in as the favorite to win. But yeah, high average score, of course, is Robin. That's 458.4. That is an incredibly high score, even for a small 7-game tournament like this. And even the winner of the tournament, Morris, 6 points behind. So that's pretty cool.
I mean, even any average over 400 points is considered expert level for just in general. So to average about 460, that's it's impressive stuff from Robin.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, we could, I guess, talk to Morris if he's willing to talk to us. We could get him set up just to talk to the camera. But if that's what the producer wants to do, that's what Morris wants to do, we could do that. Otherwise, we could wrap up. We are going to have another full day of streaming tomorrow, I think starting at noon Eastern. I think that is the the forecast for the second leg of this doubleheader tournament, or Toronto Tile Slingers. Have people like Heidi Robertson doing annotation. We're gonna have, I think, mostly maybe the whole day being anchored by Evan Chester, who's been in the chat. So that's going to be really awesome. I'll be tuning into that if I can. I think there's going to be some Brasowskis doing some commentary or something like that. But looking forward to that, David. I'll be watching as well. I didn't mention, I don't know if you know this, the World Youth Scrabble Championships happening right now. I mean, they're going to start, I think, in a few hours. And they've been live streaming on YouTube. So that's a cool thing. You're going to tune into that?
Yeah, I think I might go check some of that out. Yeah, there's so much great talent out there, especially from kids that are getting into the game, and some really impressive stuff going on. So I'm going to be sure to take at least a bit of a look at that.
Perfect. All right. Well, we're going to wrap up. Before we go, let's promote one last time. The next Let's Play Scrabble stream is actually in 2 weekends. We don't have a slide for that, I don't think, but Galesburg tournament. But huge news. Lake George next month. Dave is going to be there. I'm going to be there. Let's Play Scrabble is going to be there. So much stuff to hope for. $1,500 top prize in North American Lexicon, $2,500 guaranteed minimum top prize. Collins Lexicon. It's going to be the best Lake George ever. Super excited for that. But until then, David, thanks for joining. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. It's been great to enjoy these games with you all. And we'll see you in the future on Let's Play Scrabble. Goodbye.